Yeah, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone recovered from yesterday. I just have a very short, small, specific message. If all of the partners of the DTOCO work package of EURA2 can come to Reka, who's standing next to me, that would be great, at least those who are in the room, because she's looking for you and she has no idea who you are. Thank you.
For your presentations, the best is to go there. You have the slide pusher there and slides you will see downstairs. Then for the discussion, you sit here.
Greetings, everyone. We are starting now the Plenary 4, Research and Innovation Supporting Safety, Security and Safeguards. One quick reminder before starting the session. Here, later, we will have a QR code for comments regarding the session. So, remind to do that. It's extremely important to get better and get future conferences in a better way. So, let's start. Today, this session, we will highlight the role of advanced technologies, regulatory framework, and international collaboration in ensuring the safe, secure, and sustainable use of nuclear energy in Europe and globally. We will take in account the contribution of these fellow panelists here that comes from entities coming both from regulator, TSOs, and more. But let me present also myself, and then we will continue with our panelists here. I'm Alessio Juvara, Vice President of the Italian Nuclear Regeneration. Background is in nuclear engineering, and I'm founder and CEO of my own nuclear startup. We focus on regulatory technologies applied to the nuclear sector. I think that we can start. So I will leave the floor to Leon here.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Leon Cizel. I'm heading the Reactor Engineering Division at Josef Stefan Institute in Ljubljana, Slovenia. I'm kind of a career researcher for a while now. I'm not the youngest anymore. So my take on the nuclear research is somewhere along these lines. A nuclear power plant is with us for about a century, give or take, even more sometimes. And century is actually a very, very, very long time. We are today maybe a little bit more than 80 years after discovery of nuclear fission. We are not yet 100 years away. And that's the technical part of the 100 years. The sociological part of the 100 years. My city of Ljubljana in Slovenia was in 10 countries between 1900 and 2000. 10 different countries. The city didn't move. And that's the social part of the change our business is facing. And now, what do? Can you predict the future? According to Niels Bohr, not. It's very difficult to predict anything, but impossible to predict the future. So what do? Well, we can co-create the future. And who creates the future? The science, the research. So thank you very much for being with us, talking about the role of the research in nuclear present and future. Our session will go approximately this way. We'll have some introductory statements by the panelists. Probably this will take about half of our time. And in the second half of our time, I would like to invite you to ask questions. Use the app, prepare the questions. We'll try to have as lively discussion as possible then in the second part of the session. With this, I give the word back to Alessio.
Thank you, Leon. So we will introduce our first panelist, that is Valérie Detilleux. He holds a PhD in physical chemistry and a master degree in management. At this moment, he is section head at BEL-V, the Belgian TSO, and leads a team of safety analysts in charge of activities including radioactive waste management, radiation protection, and decommissioning. So, Mr. Detilleux, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alessio, and thank you, Leon, for the introduction. So it's my pleasure to be here this morning and to contribute to this panel discussion. So thank you for the organization of this conference and of the panel. As you said, I'm from BEL-V, so I am a TSO, and I'm focusing on radioactive waste management within BEL-V. So today I will mainly contribute to the panel about radioactive waste management aspects and safety. First, I would like to say that Euratom has contributed a lot to radioactive waste management safety. There were considerable knowledge in the field of radioactive waste management developed, acquired over the last 40 years. There were a lot of collaborative R&D projects supported through Euratom. And what is important is that in 2019, there was really a big change. So the Commission asked no more to fund specific projects, but rather to co-fund some large programs, gathering the different actors. So this was really a leap forward. And so progressively, the different projects funded by the Commission were replaced by the funding of one large program. It was first Eurat-1, who started in 2019, and then PREDIS. In Eurat-1, it was more about geological disposal safety, and in PREDIS, more about pre-disposal activities. And then the two were merged, and we started quite recently the program Eurat-2. So this was a big change in the organization of the funding of R&D at the level of Europe. I have put here a slide about Eurat-2. I think the slide is also available in the app. So I won't go into detail, but I just wanted to mention you that if you want more information about Eurat-2, you have it in the app, and do not hesitate to contact me or the other representatives of Eurat who are in this conference. So Eurat-2, it will be a 5-year program, so we will run until 2029. There are currently 10 R&D work packages and 6 strategic studies ongoing. And last but not least, there are a work package about knowledge management. We should start new R&D and strategic studies in about 1.5 years. So there will be a second wave of activities in Eurat. And so for that, we wait for the call from the Commission, and so we hope that we will have the possibility to start quite new, interesting work package for this second wave of Eurat. So then I would like also to share some personal view about Eurat, and then on the next slide I have some personal view about the TSO role in the R&D and activities at the EU level. So about EURAD, as I mentioned, it was a big change a few years ago at the level of R&D funding in Europe. And so in my opinion, from a community perspective, it really allowed the mobilization of a very large community working in the field of radioactive waste management, which is made up of several stakeholders with independent missions. So for example, you have the Waste Management Organization, you also have the TSOs, you have the research entities. And so all these organizations with independent mission now work together in EURAD and take joint decision about the program. So what do we decide to fund, why, and so on. And I think this is, from a TSO perspective, this is very positive from the safety point of view, because it means that persons are discussing together, so there are kind of plural opinions which are shared, so this is very positive for safety, I think. From a civil society perspective, civil society organizations are also involved in EURAD, and I think this really helps building trust between them and all the other stakeholders, so this is also positive. From a technical perspective, I think the way the different things are now integrated in EURAD is also quite very interesting, because it avoids working in kind of silos, as we did in the past, where there were different projects running in parallel. We now have a different work package which communicate each other. This can still be improved for sure, but at least now there is a better framework to allow this collaboration between the work package. So I think this is also very positive and promotes scientific excellence. From a technical perspective, in EURAD we also manage a joint strategic research and knowledge management agenda. This really enables a kind of consensus building between the different stakeholders about what is important as new activities, but also why they are important. So this is quite interesting, because the different actors, they have different point of view, they have different drivers for those activities. And so this promotes this discussion. And I think with that we really are in a position to develop new work package bringing an added value to the National Radioactive Waste Management Program. And then from a knowledge management perspective, in EURAD we developed a roadmap for developing and implementing radioactive waste management programs. And the existing knowledge and the knowledge which is developed in EURAD is now consolidated and organized according to this roadmap. I think this is really important for a kind of sustainable, so I mean intergenerational knowledge management. So that's some key achievement I wanted to share with you about EURAD. So now, to conclude this introduction, I just want to share some personal TSO views about the future. As it was already mentioned by several panelists before, we are now in an international context which is very rapidly evolving. So for example, from a perspective of disposal of radioactive waste, several programs made really important steps forward these last years. I mean, for example, in Finland, when we had the presentation by Posiva explaining that the test of the facility are finished and they are now waiting for the operational license. But in Sweden, there are also quite great progress, also in Switzerland, in France. So this is very impressive, I think. There are also, it's very fashionable, I know, but the development of these SMR technologies, also artificial intelligence, which is growing up quite quickly. And there's also what we call in the SciTex network, so a network of TSOs, the multiple S. It's no more the 3S, there are no really multiple S. You have safety, security, safeguards, but we also now have sustainability, society also, so it's now about the multiple S, and we have to articulate all these multiple S. So, I mean, this is really rapidly evolving, and what I see also is that the drivers for new joint activities at the EU level, they are also progressively evolving because of this environment which is evolving. For example, as we approach the operation of geological disposal facilities, and we also have the growth of artificial intelligence, this call for new activities with a driver more about optimization. So there's really something, it's not new, but I mean we can feel that the driver is more and more about optimization in the discussion for new activities. There is also a need, a driver pushing for development of tailored solution for the management of the waste that we come from the SMRs. So that's what I wanted to share with you. I feel that the drivers for new activities are progressively evolving. This is a challenging period, so for all the stakeholders, and I think also for the TSOs. So I have some points about why I think it's a challenging period for the TSOs. So TSOs, they will support safety authorities for different things, and they support actually for evaluating the safety case for geological disposal facilities. And verifying that the construction and operation of GDF they will stay into the license envelope from a safety point of view. They will verify that the optimization of radioactive waste management steps and measures for security, safeguards, sustainability will not compromise the safety. So this is also quite challenging. They will evaluate the safety case for the SMRs and the possible interaction with the existing or planned radioactive waste management steps, which are all interdependent, so it will be quite a challenge. And they also contribute to build trust with civil society organization. So I wanted to finish by saying that an efficient TSO coordination at the international level is really important in those challenges. And this is the purpose of the CITEX network that we have developed. So that's a network of the expertise function with TSOs. Okay, and we are having different activities connected to those challenges. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Let me add one S to your, it's science. Thank you very much. Let me now introduce our second speaker, Dr. Ulla Engelmann. She's Director of Nuclear Safety and Security in the European Joint Research Center. And she is a career nuclear person, like started with a PhD in radiochemistry. So Ulla, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much and good morning. And what better session it could be to present the Joint Research Center supporting safety, security and safeguards. This is exactly what is in our mandate as being part of the JRC, the Science Service of the European Commission, and with our nuclear activities being the direct actions of the Euratom program. So throughout this week, I suppose and I hope you have heard from my colleagues in the different areas they're working from, which we cover from radioactive waste management, the nuclear safety of nuclear power plants, nuclear safeguards and security, but also, and I think this was an important part, the nuclear competences and the knowledge, as well as looking at non-power applications and radiation protection. So with this large portfolio, we are doing this not in isolation. We are really at a hub working with others, internationally, of course, European-wide, particularly with the European member states, nuclear and non-nuclear member states, because being the independent research being available for all member states is extremely important. We do this in having agreements, administrative agreements with colleagues and partners from other DGs in the European Commission, and we can be a partner in a specific way in indirect actions. And of course, as I said, the collaboration with the member states and international organizations. So it is extremely important to see that this work is done in collaboration. I would want to highlight one specific part because the work of the JRC is now structured in different portfolios. Because we had so many different projects that it was also from a point of view of communicating to the outside world, and for us it is extremely important to communicate to the policymakers, particularly also the policymakers in the member states, what we are working about, because the last cuts in the Euratom budget, 20%, affected JRC directly. As we are the direct action, that means a 20% cut in staffing and in resources. And that will have then also had direct implications on what we can do. So that's why we have restructured, we have the portfolios which help us also to explain better what we are doing. And what we are doing in safeguards, in nuclear safety, and we have a portfolio on SMRs. But we are also working in portfolios across the JRC with the non-nuclear colleagues, because we feel also it is extremely important to have this cooperation with the non-nuclear part. For example, in medical applications, because nuclear medical applications is also one of the ways how we can communicate to the non-nuclear member states about the importance of our work. But here we have the portfolio on SMRs, who is working on different aspects, who is also working with many of you, supporting you in your endeavors, be it also in the cooperation and what we are doing together with our colleagues from DG ENA, DG RTD, DG GROW in supporting the Industrial Alliance for SMRs. So this is one part of our work where we really look at the different aspects of the SMRs. And we do this using our nuclear installations, because we have in the different sites of the JRC significant nuclear installations. Myself, I'm based in JRC Karlsruhe, where we have, this is the only purely nuclear JRC site, and we are building a new facility. So let this sink in. We are building a nuclear facility in Germany. And we are now about entering the procedure immobiliare in the European Parliament to relaunch our work, which was stopped. So there we are really coming up with a new powerhouse in European research based in Karlsruhe. And I hope in the coming years, each year I can tell you a bit more how we are progressing, but we are hoping and we are very confident to restart the works in September. And that means we will then have also to move some of our activities, most of our activities we have in JRC Karlsruhe, and you see like the minor actinide lab or other large SIMs, which you see here on this slide, which will also bring a special endeavor. And maybe this is something which I can, in the coming years, share with you how this is going. So just to show you and tell you there is something coming, there is something. JRC infrastructures are open for you, open access. We can work together, we want to work together. Not everybody needs to have a facility as a JRC. We make it available for cooperation. And coming back to the multiple S, so I still have this old-fashioned 3S slide, because the panel today on combining is very important. And we feel we are not even there at the 3S. Because the 3S by design, particularly when we talk about SMRs and AMRs, has to start at the beginning. And this 3S by design is something where a change in thinking is needed. It has started. And we feel we have to do more on it. And we are also willing to look into how can we contribute to it. Can we also do it maybe via specific training courses, combining also internally in JRC the knowledge coming from the different areas. But I agree with you, to have another S like society is something which has maybe been neglected for a while by not only us, but by many of the community, and we might all need together to think how we are doing this, and we are willing to do our share with this. So this was a very quick run through our activities, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulla, for your presentation and insight. And let me introduce you our third speaker, Professor Javier de Llovera. So, he's chairman of the Nuclear Energy Technology Platform, SEIDEN, and is actually commissioner for the Spanish Nuclear Safety Council. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to come here and make this presentation. As Commissioner of the Nuclear Safety Council, as a chairman of Spanish Nuclear Energy Technology, and as a professor chair in nuclear engineering. Well, the safe and sustainable development and use of nuclear technology will always depend on a highly educated and specialized workforce with solid knowledge in nuclear engineering radiation protection, and nuclear safety. Aging of the nuclear workforce is a reality in most of the countries. Hence, long-term sustainability will be achieved by attracting new talent. In the world, there is a tendency to operate the existing nuclear power plant 80 years. And 33 countries have announced that they will build 495 new nuclear power plants. So, in the world is needed more nuclear skills. In this slide, you can see how attract nuclear skills. The university with nuclear members have to attract students to the nuclear programs and to nuclear sector and develop a nuclear education. Like the students that are here from the European Master in Nuclear Engineering is a very good example. And later, the nuclear organizations have to recruit it and later develop training. But to put together both things is needed what is in red, the nuclear employment portal. In Spain, we have a nuclear employment portal. What is this? The Nuclear Society has set up the employment portal. All the students on the Master in Nuclear Engineering are animated from his professors to register in the employment portal. And all the companies in the nuclear sector are animated to send all his new jobs positions to the employment portal. So once a new nuclear-related job positions appear in the country, each graduate registered in the employment portal receives an email with the job position description and contact details of the company and institution. Academical education of the staff in the nuclear regulatory body. That is very important. In the nuclear regulatory body should be convenient that at least 50% of the technical staff will have academical education in the recruitment moment similar at the nuclear engineering program. Of course, later we'll develop training activities inside the regulatory body. In some countries, this is very difficult, but it's better to have more technical people working than not have. But in order to improve the efficiency of the regulatory body, it will be very convenient to achieve a goal like that, more nuclear engineers, 50%. Every year to recruit 5 or 10 nuclear engineers. In the regulatory body, we have about 220 technical people. About 110 should be staffed with the academic education on nuclear engineering. With this, we can increase the efficiency of the regulatory body, reduce the time required for licensing. I hear that there are a country where this number is also bigger, achieved 90%. This is China. In China, the regulatory body have 90% of nuclear engineering. That is a very good thing. So the goal is the universities with masters in nuclear engineering attract students, later develop efforts to achieve 50% of technical staff in the regulatory body and recruit it in the regulatory body, and also in public companies of the nuclear sector have to do something in order to be more efficiency. In Spain, we have nuclear masters currently in operation in Spain. These universities have more than 40 years experience in nuclear education. In Valencia, we have a master in nuclear safety and radiation protection. In Madrid, we have a master in science and technology in nuclear. And in Barcelona, we have a European master in nuclear energy that there are a lot of students here from this master. So from the platform of CIDEM, we want to support these masters and to encourage them to achieve 100 students each master every year. So it's needed to enhance support to university with well-established master degree in nuclear. At the national level, for instance, the Nuclear Safety Council sponsored with 70,000 euros per year since 2010, with 3 shares in nuclear safety and radiation protection for these 3 masters in nuclear engineering. So I have a suggestion for the European Commission. Suggestion for the European Commission should support master in nuclear engineering in each country of Europe, but a maximum of 3 masters in nuclear engineering for each country, no more than 3, like the 3 ones that I commented before. And can give support, for instance, about 70,000 euros per year during 5 years, and renovate it for each master in nuclear engineering, and spend this budget for scholarships for master thesis, scholarships to put the fees of the master, award the best student in master every year, award the best master thesis every year, support to improve education laboratories and radiative protection and nuclear simulator education, and support to technical visits of the students of the master in nuclear engineering to a nuclear power plant, or to a congress like Spanish nuclear safety, or a congress like this one. And also it's interesting to share education material, what it did 20 years ago, producing this book, Multimedia Nuclear Reactor Physics, that is 800 pages, and has distributed to 130 countries. In the red are the countries that have this multimedia, and this book is in Spanish, Arabic, Chinese, French, English, and it's free of charge, so everybody in the world can download it free of charge. In the platform, CIDEM estimate the new hiring of human resources in the Spanish nuclear sector, and we received the answer of 23 companies, institutions, and the result is that estimate the new higher education graduates in nuclear sector in the next 5 years is 1,433. For this reason, it's needed to support these 3 universities. And also we estimate new hires of vocational training, technicians in the nuclear sector, is 742. And a suggestion for topics for research, fuel advanced technology, use of advanced modular reactor that use irradiated fuel and reduce the radiative waste, and research projects about good practice to operate a nuclear power plant 80 years. Now some comments as chairman of the CIDEM Spanish Nuclear Technology Platform for Research and Development. This platform has more than 100 members, companies from utilities of the nuclear power plant, fuel cycle companies, engineering and construction companies, equipment manufacturers, services companies, small and medium-sized enterprise, research and development institutions, universities, nuclear regulatory body. And we have several working groups, the group of advanced technology fuel, the group of a small modular reactor, the group of materials, the group of fuel, the group of simulation SIREM, the group of CAM thermohydraulics, the group of KIP Plus is like the European Nuclear Education Network, but for Spain. The group of PYMES and the group of socio-technical research for communication in nuclear energy, and the group of neutronic laboratories. So one group that we have created 2 years ago is the group of a small modular reactor, and in this group have registered 33 companies, Spanish companies, 33. And 10 of these companies have registered to the European Alliance for a small modular reactor. And in the website of the name, you can see the name of these companies and the name of the personnel, the people in charge of this topic. Also in the platform, we have this table that put for each computer coded which institution have a lot of knowledge in that, with more dark shows that have more knowledge about these codes. The total amount developed to nuclear research and development in Spain in the last years is about 45 million euros per year. That is a reference for research. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier. We are now moving to Dr. Fulvio Mascari. Everybody who is working in thermal hydraulics and or severe accidents knows Fulvio, so there is no need to further introduce him. Fulvio, please.
Thank you. Thank you to invite me in this very interesting session and panel discussion, and thank you to everybody to be here to listen to me. As you know, mostly of you mostly know me, and therefore I try to give the contribution that based on my experience. Going beyond, I see if it works. Okay, we can skip this, and we go on research. You know, research is the engine for the safety. I'm mostly a researcher. I do all my life mostly in research. And this is really move my passion. And I start, also speaking about me, close in my room, in my office, with a computer. That I was running all the time the computer. I started with simulations. And then growing also with my experience, I understand that we need also the experimental knowledge that in a way is able to give the fact that assess our models. Therefore, research from one side for the current operating reactor is fundamental, and we have to couple with the operational experience, that is the other engine. And for the advanced design, that we have some new features that comes clearly from the experience of our reactors, of our large reactor that safely operate currently. But we have a new feature that we claim that increase the inherent safety of our plant. And that's from research, you are able to show and to validate these new features. And therefore, we need to develop the knowledge through infrastructure and experiment. And this knowledge will fill our tools, because our approach on safety is a mixed approach between knowledge through experiment and analysis done by tools. And we fill these tools with this knowledge that we develop. It is clear that starting also from IEA, the first discussion on the IEA on Eisenhower, the cooperation is important, and it is fundamental. And in this sense, Euratoms has a key role. As I told you, I start mostly, as all of us, some people close maybe in the lab through the experiment, some people close in the room through the computer, but clearly there was a growing. And when I start to work in ENEA, that is our public entity that focuses on energy, I start really to move on Euratom activity. I start as a simple participant to the project. Then through other people, I start to move as a work package leader in some project that we know. And now even I start as a coordinator of a project. Therefore, there was an evolution, and this evolution really I can get in the Euratom frame that allow funding research, not only to develop new knowledge, but also to develop new skills, to give the opportunity to collaborate to the people, to give the opportunity to create my own network of colleagues. And that was one of the key points, in a way that together, because I believe that this is also the spirit of Europe, in a way that together we shape our ideas in a collaborative framework. And therefore, Euratom, for me as a researcher, have really a key role, and we need resource for funding our activity, and more resource we have, better it is in this sense. This is one of important elements that we should underline. And for the new technology, as you know, we speak about small modular reactor, we speak about advanced modular reactor. It is clear that we have some features, and we have new features. We start from the current generation of reactor that safely is operating. We want to claim an increase of the safety, therefore we add a new feature, and therefore we need to develop knowledge. And this knowledge, currently Euratom is funding several projects. In my presentation I put all the projects related to light water reactor, and depending on the maturity of the technology, each project will have some impact. For example, one of the key elements that we are going addressing, and it is the key element of advanced design, is we pass from the active system paradigm that currently is working well in the current reactor, and we want to increase the inner safety of the plant through passive system. And Euratom, through several projects, really we fund several activities in which we produce new knowledge that all we are sharing, because another key point of Euratom is the sharing, because we can do nuclear together, because we need infrastructure, and the infrastructure costs. And without JRC, several infrastructure. And this is the key point, the sharing. In our project, we share knowledge, we share infrastructure, we share tool, we share methodology. That is the key point that we get through Euratom. And there is a true really grow, in my experience, through Euratom, and even my personal grow as a close in a room and make discussion to create a project and even create mascot to try to communicate nuclear in a more friendly way. Therefore, I believe that the research is the key engine for the development of safety, and Euratom has a key role, and we need more resource because we have a lot of ideas, because we come together with the development of the technology and we come idea, and therefore Euratom is really the way to make everything together in a way that we can deploy nuclear technology as soon as possible in a safe way. 5 minutes? Okay.
Question later? Okay, so coming back to order, let me introduce Akos Horvath. He's the Director General of the Center for Energy Research, and he has an extensive experience as an engineering physicist, focusing on the development of next generation nuclear reactor and high temperature resistance structure steels. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me start with a personal remark. So, in my early stage of my career, I was much inspired by the European-funded projects and the people I met there. And I think it is also important now, when I became administrative, to recreate the necessary framework and the conditions for the present young generation to find the same inspiration in their work. And for this, I would add to the discussion here that the importance of asking a good question is one of the crucial points, and to follow our work. So let me start, and skipping my introduction here. So I think in this room we all share this strategic view that the presently operating nuclear reactors in Europe form the backbone of our energy system and also provide stability of the energy supply. And I think it's also very unique in this industrial sector that we have a strategic view up to the end of the century. We accommodated to this feeling that the presently operating fleet and the new ones which come in the picture soon, they will stay with us up to the end of the century. So we have to form a strategic view also in the research supporting the operation of the present and the future plans. So this is one on one hand. And the other hand is how we tackle the challenges on the long run. And we also probably share this view that we think that the scientific answer, the correct scientific and technical answer to for the management of the spent fuel is to recycle it. And for this, we think that the future advanced reactors will solve this question, this recycling question. So we together, these two directions form a kind of mid and long-term strategy. And what is important to underline here is that we will need a stable policy to keep the interest and keep this machine running for the long term. If you look at also for the strategy view, for example, the SNETP, then you can also find the points that I wrote here, that the main questions for at least the midterm, of course, the safe operation of the present fleet, it is always. But for this, research should provide always improvement in the presently used software codes, and also improving them in terms of better describing the reality and better describing the physics behind the nuclear reactors, and then also always continuously improving the safety assessment of the field. On the other hand, the question of the fuel supply, just in view of the recent events, we have to find a solution for the accident-tolerant fuel question, and also the fuel sovereignty. I mean here the question of the fuel supply of the present VVR fleet in Europe. For the long-term operation, we can speak about the aging question, in the aging of different components, not only the structures, but also chemical part, chemical aging, and the chemistry inside the plants. We will face new challenges probably in the near future. What is coming in the picture, and is a kind of new phenomena, is providing stability, flexibility by the nuclear plants, which are not designed for this flexible operation. Financial efficiency and also the cogeneration question are among those as well. So what we think, and you find those topics among the strategy view of SNETP as well, and I think all these points provide the opportunity for asking good questions and then launch new projects for the young generation. And let me show only 3 small examples. You think that maybe the big reactors can be boring, and there are nothing new in that, but just in the recent decade, let's say, a new method has been developed, also within the frame of the Euratom-funded projects, which aimed at finding a good way to recycle those samples which are used for the radiation damage evaluation of the pressure vessel. You know, the surveillance specimens are put in the reactor, and then they are used for mechanical analysis, mechanical testing. But then of course, after the testing, when you broke the sample, it is already used. And the new method which was developed is aimed to recreate new samples, new mechanical samples by using those broken samples, and then it can be again used for even the longer term operation, and then providing safety for the existing fleet. So this is a positive example, and the other one is the question of the accident-tolerant fuel. So this come in the picture after the Fukushima accident, but the root of that question, the root of this idea, is also connected to the generation 4 reactors, when we aimed at a higher temperature operation. So we are looking for materials, fuel cladding, which withstand this higher temperature and the radiation environment. So then this accident-tolerant fuel concept was introduced as a possible solution for the present fleet of reactor, also not only for the generation 4 reactors. And the last one is an example of Visegrad country collaboration, because we are in Poland now, and also the host institute is part of that collaboration. So the so-called gas-cooled fast reactor, the Allegro project, has been launched some 15 years ago among these Visegrad countries, and also joining CEA as the main provider of that concept. And then later on, Euratom also started to fund these this project, accepting this concept, and after the successful SAFE-G project, now we launch a new treasure named project within the same community. And with this, I would like to finish my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akos. And now, last but not least, Dr. Jean-Christophe Gariel. He is now since January 1st with the French regulatory body, and he is Deputy Director General there. So, Jean-Christophe, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leon, for your kind introduction. So, I am Jean-Christophe Gariel. I am, as Leon said, the Deputy Director General of ASNR. You know, it's a new body that results from the merger of Nuclear Safety Authority and of IRSN, TSO, so that's an interesting experience. But I am also here as, with a second hat, as I am the coordinator of the co-funded partnership called Pianoforte, which is dedicated to radiation protection research. So I know that most of you are more involved in nuclear technologies, in nuclear safety. So I have the main task of representing today the radiation protection community. So I will take the opportunity of this introductory part of this panel to give you some information or our feedback from the first years of this Pianoforte partnership. So why this partnership is unique? First of all, I remind you that radiation protection research is by essence multidisciplinary. It's cross-sectoral. You can see on this sketch that we address issues in connection with environment protection, with medicine, with safety, with space exploration, and so on. So by essence, we are cross-sectoral, and we believe that radiation protection research leverages science to create impact. So what are our objectives in Pianoforte? First of all, it's to maintain risk proportionate, and this is an important theme, high standards of radiation protection. We want to encourage industrial innovation. We obviously want to contribute to public health and environmental policy. And last but not least, and this is an important part of Pianoforte, to improve the quality of life and well-being of patients. So a few words about the identity card of Pianoforte. We started in 2022 with 58 partners. Right now, we are more than 100. So what is the explanation? The explanation is that within Pianoforte, we organize open calls. And the word open is quite important. That means that the calls that we organize are open to every organization, even if they are not belonging to the initial consortium. So we are on the basis of one open call per year. So there has been one open call in 23, in 24, and we just closed the third open call 2 weeks ago. So probably at the end of this partnership, we will be more than 120 partners. And for us, it's a success. For the coordinators that I am, it's a nightmare because there is a lot of administration. But from a scientific point of view, it's a great success. Why? Because we were able to attract new teams, new groups that do not belong to the initial radiation protection community. When you are dealing with artificial intelligence, it's better to attract groups that are specialized in artificial intelligence. We have a total budget of 46 million euros, and we have a support of 30 million euros from the European Commission, and more than 70% of the budget is dedicated to research activities. We have a strong policy for education and training. We have a specific budget for mobility grants, for training courses, and in the open calls, we encourage to have PhD and postdoc within the project. Another important point is about the accessibility of research infrastructure at the European level. We believe that there are enough research infrastructure for radiation protection research at the European level, but we feel that we could optimize the use of these research infrastructures. And by doing that, what we want to do is to give member states opportunities to access high-quality research resources. And we have internal calls to facilitate access to various types of facilities. Last point, which is also very important, we want really to maximize the impact of pianoforte research and innovations finding by involving stakeholders at different levels, and we want to have a range of stakeholders as large as possible in order to be able at the end of the day to translate research into policies and practices. Next slide. Sorry. So, at the end of the day, what will be important will be the impact of pianoforte. What is the impact that we foresee at this stage? So, first question that we have to solve is why radiation protection research is essential for Europe. The first one is that this research has to provide a science-based foundation that shapes policy, regulation, and that enables a safe use of ionizing radiation while preserving the social benefits and of nuclear science and technology. Second point is we want to ensure rigorous health and environmental radiation risk assessments and management in order to safeguard both people and the environment, and having in mind to keep pace with technological advancements and emerging threats. So what pianoforte, the last question, is achieving for the benefit of the different member states? First one, we want to assist the path for the energy transition and the net zero agenda. The idea is to provide knowledge and tools to support radiation safety of deployments of new technologies such as SMR. And from the second open call, we have right now two specific projects that are working on recommendation for environmental impact assessments and emergency preparedness and response strategy that are related to SMR. Second objective is to make the most of research for medical advances and innovation. As you probably know, there is really, in medicine, very rapid advancement with the technology using ionizing radiation that are used. And it's really important to be able to have research that follows this rapid evolution. And the last point is to strengthen resilience under geopolitical tensions, climate-related disasters, and potential combined or unexpected threats. When we wrote the proposal of Pianoforte, it was in 2020-2021, we were not in a situation where there was a war at the border of European Union. And with this partnership, we were able to be reactive and to implement during the course of this partnership projects that deal with radiation protection issues in connection with armed conflicts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So this sets the finish of the first part of our panel, to then lead to the Q&A session. But before, I will ask you for a great applause for our fellow panelists here. Regarding the question, I will ask you to first introduce yourself, to who you are asking the question, and then the most important part, that is the question. So, who will be the first of you to break the ice? No one's break the ice. You, okay, please, the floor is yours.
So, good morning. Thank you, the panelists, for the kind introduction. But you are the ones that have been so polite, that haven't talked about the needed resources that seems not to be on the grow, and also a timeline, because of course we all agree on SMRs, ADFs, radio protection needs, for sure, but what we need to have and what? There are some times that are important for the nuclear technology to bring machines in place. So we need some prioritization besides to pinpoint those issues. My question is, you've mentioned the importance of resources in terms of the workforce, fully agree. You mentioned indirectly how important might be new technologies like AI in order to preserve knowledge. What about all the experience that is not written anywhere and we are leaking because our senior people are getting retired? Do you have any plans to do something with that?
Thank you for the question. So it was a very long one, so I will ask surely the various panelists what are their thoughts, but I will first ask Fulvio about his opinions on these questions.
Okay. It is clear that the point is evident. As you told also, we don't have too much people. That is the key point. Currently in our project, we try to foster the collaboration and try to involve people. In particular, I can tell you our experience as ENEA. Through this European project, we try to involve a PhD student that in a way we try to pass our knowledge. Therefore, in some way, this funding that are not enough, however, because this is a point that we need to see. We need more funding for the research. In a way, can be used to transfer this knowledge from the previous people. I'm still in the middle. Probably, Luis, you ask just a little more than me. Then I'm still in the middle. Therefore, I consider in just a little, not younger, not older, but currently in the health stuff. But I think that this is a quite important point that also is close to your point that we need more people, but in some way we need to motivate more people to come in nuclear technology, because this is something also that in Italy we still have a strong university and we have a lot of people that want to do nuclear. Even we don't have any nuclear power program, and probably, maybe, we are going to have a new let's see. But in Italy, we have this continuity, I would say, with the other country because we have some workforce. But in this sense, what Euratom is currently doing, also with the initiative that they are doing, allow really to transfer the knowledge. We can do more, but more, it means more resources. But in some way, we are able to transfer knowledge in this sense. And through the mobility of all the projects, we are also able to move the people between one institution to another to transfer this knowledge.
Thank you, Fulvio. So, does anyone here wants to add anything? Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. I would just want to add several aspects because on the passing on particularly the knowledge which is not written down, which is something when we look at the technicians, we have a lot of very experienced technicians in our infrastructures, and this is a generation which is not used to write down things or to document things, and let's say is even reluctant to do so. They all say, oh, it's in my head. So finding ways to get it out of their head is extremely important, and we have started to look at it, and we combine this also because we have been approached by the previous German government to see how we can use also JRC as a catalyst for preserving nuclear competences in Germany. And we have done foresight exercises with the nuclear community in Germany, and we will now, because we had quite a successful methodology, bring this on a European level and want in November have this workshop together. And while we were sharing experiences, one very interesting came from a nuclear company where they were saying the way to transfer knowledge from generation X to generation Z is not the same way because they are learning differently. So it's a lot about gamification, but also people like registering them. And that's what we are now trying with some of the technicians who are leaving soon, that we do like little interviews with them or that we do tours through the installation, filming and having them talking. And we use our trainees to do this. So I cannot tell you whether it's successful, but I wanted to share with you that we have started this, and maybe if you have other examples like this, because it's a common problem we have, and let's share best practices, or let's share what didn't work. But I think it is extremely important to have ideas to get this knowledge out of people, and that's why let's use what we can do together. And then on the workforce, I fully agree. This was also one of the discussions we had, that in Italy you are producing a great number of excellent nuclear engineers, and that we should look, and that Germany should look at the Italian system. So we had discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your comment and answer to the question. So we will now pass to the next one. Okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Abdul Mazouzi, EDF and the SNETP. Well, we're talking about workforce, we're talking about knowledge, but probably we have also to go a little bit further and talk about the biggest problem of Europe, competitiveness. How are you going to translate this knowledge? I mean, even for the workforce, without projects, real project, you are not going to attract anyone. So how are you going to transfer? I mean, I have seen all these fantastic projects. How can you make sure that they are translated to industrial facts, and how to use them to eliminate the risks that we are losing the sovereignty of Europe, to eliminate the risk that we are importing every other industry in Europe, how to keep the, let us say, the strong fact that we had for 40 years or 50 years of nuclear knowledge in Europe. So how you make it? Please.
Okay, so which one of you will want to answer first to this question? Please go. The floor is yours.
Sorry, I don't want to monopolize, but I think the first step is what has already, let's say, been successfully created, the Industrial Alliance for SMRs, because this is bringing together, because Industrial Alliance is, let's say, just a tool to look then at the projects which can come out of it. It is not a thing in its own. So the idea, and that's what has started, the important project of common European interest, the IPCIs, where member states get together, finance together projects. This is definitely the right way to go. And also, I think we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We should look at IPCIs from other sectors which are working well. And let's then copy what has been done in the other sector, in the other industrial ecosystems, and do it in a similar way. So the IPCIs are definitely a way forward. And on the other hand, it was said also by the speaker before, it is about prioritization. Maybe we have to look whether we might have too many projects and then we are scattering our resources. Thanks.
Does anyone there want to? Please, the floor is yours.
If I can continue on that, yeah. I think that it's indeed one of the solution to have the way Euratom now funds, for example, the R&D projects in radioactive waste management. So I think it's better in that sense. It provides some answers because now they fund a program where the different actors have to agree together about the next priorities. So I think in terms of impact is better than funding individual projects that answer to the needs only of one type of actors. So putting the different actors together, making them agree about the priorities, making them having some dialogues, I think it helps fostering the deployment of activities. So I think Euratom made an important step forward in that direction with the development of the platforms such as Eurad, but also such as Pianoforte that was presented by Jean-Christophe.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your answer. Other questions? Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Daniela Diaconu. I'm from the Institute for Nuclear Research. And we are talking here in this session about research and innovation. And my question is, because I have heard in different environments addressing the idea that for the current operating reactors, the issue of safety has to be addressed and founded by the operator. What do you think in regards with keeping, founding R&D projects in Euratom on the safety of existing installations? And what are your arguments? So it is addressed to each panelist or...
Okay, so I will leave the word to Javier for the beginning. Javier. Apologize, my pronunciation is not the best.
Okay. The nuclear power plant are continuing doing improvements, And in Wenra, we saw some years ago a very nice picture which show that the level of safety of the nuclear power plant after 40 years has increased a lot. Some people can think that the level of safety decreased with the time. No. If you are doing a well maintenance and improvement and innovation, the safety of level in the nuclear power plant is higher now than 20 years ago. And that is very important. That is very important. If you calculate the safety level, you will see that. So, and it's important to continue this activity. And in my presentation, I make a suggestion to the European Commission that one research project that could be very good is to collect good practice to operate a nuclear power plant 80 years. 80 years. That is the international tendency in the world at this moment to operate 80 years. And United States have 12 nuclear power plants approved to operate 80 years and 11 nuclear power plants in evaluation by the nuclear regulatory body. So, okay, sure that they know what are the best things in order to maintain and to increase the safety level. So I think it will be very good to collect this good practice that other countries in the world can check and compare and do this activity.
Thank you. Please.
Yes, it's working. So I think for answering your question, we have to think about the role of Euratom project. One of the role is to foster collaboration between different countries, different institutions, and within the community. And this also foster the exchange of experience among also the operators of the nuclear power plants, not only among the researchers. So implicitly it also improved the safety by this collaboration. So this is an important aspect, I think, when we would like to argue for continuing the safety-related research within Euratom. And I have also a technical answer. So when we think about the operation of the nuclear plants, we continuously improve also the economy of those plants. And with improving the economy, it also involves continuously decreasing the safety margin of our present designs, present machines, let's say nuclear plants. And in order to keep the safety level or even improve it, we have to continuously improve our codes, safety codes, which needs more effort from the scientific people, improving those software codes, improving the mathematics behind the physics, etc. So this is very important, and I think we cannot rely on let's say, single or individual people or institutes, single institutes. If we improve the collaboration and try to share the work and collaborate in this improvement work, then it also helps to improve the safety on the long term. And this is, I think, the only way, because the economic efficiency is a driving force that we cannot stop. So we continuously improve it, and there we have to improve our softwares and our knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Please.
Yeah. So if I understand well your question, so I think you are asking if the operator is the only responsible for making R&D, for demonstrating the safety of the installation. I would like to say that I agree that the operator or the future operator is the primary responsible for ensuring the safety and demonstrating the safety of the facility. But safety, there are other responsibles. Safety is not only about operating the facility. Safety is also about the oversight by the regulator of the operation of the facility. And the regulator and the technical safety organization to make a good job, they need some independency. So they also need some R&D, some activities allowing them to build a framework that they can use to evaluate the safety and to give the authorization and so on. So I think it's not only the operator that is to make R&D. It's important that the other actors only have access to R&D to build their competencies.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment. So we will now pass to the next question that actually comes from the app, and is from Ferry Ruelovs. I hope that I pronounced it well. And the question is to all panelists. What, in your opinion, is needed in the European research and development landscape to keep up the pace with the research and developments in Asia and the US? The question is open to all. Which of you wants to take the word?
Can you just repeat the question?
Yes, I will repeat it. What, in your opinion, is needed in the European R&D landscape to keep up the pace with research and developments in Asia and the US? It's a very good question, actually. Which one of you?
But for me, one of the key points is that we be more together.
Absolutely, yes.
This is the key point. We need to identify a key element and we need to follow. If there is too much entropy, and I believe that there is too much entropy, this is why we are not able to be up them. This is nuclear technology is evident, but also in the other sector might be evident. But this is the key point, and in a way, Euratom forces us to be together, but still we need to be more. This is why, for example, currently for SMR we are considering American design or maybe Korean design. Still we don't have a clear SMR from Europe. Then this is the key element. Therefore we need to be a real European Union. If we do in this way, for sure we are up them. But if we do too much entropy, with too much, there is not too much union between us, that is the key element. We need to be European Union. That is European Union. Then we need to have a common object.
Absolutely, yes. I cannot agree more with you. Focus is the best thing that we can do. There is anyone of you that want to add something? Please, Ulla.
Yeah, so I couldn't agree more with what you said, and I think even more in the times we are having now, geopolitically speaking, I think now is the moment really to get closer together as Europe, and we have said it so many times, prioritization, to also see in view of our sovereignty, what do we need to do, and we need to do it, let's say, very timely. It is not that we have too much time. So I think we really need to see how we can speed up, and by doing it together.
Wonderful. So focus and time. Then there was a priorly Christoph.
Yes, I think for radiation protection research, we have a specificity. I would say that we are rather in advance compared to what's going on in the US or in Asia, because we are able at the European level to have, probably most of you know that we are organized with platforms regarding, for example, low dose or emergency preparedness and so on at the European level. And we are able with EC projects such as Pianoforte to have a strategic research agenda and also a long-term view for research. And really that's not the case right now in the US, because you can imagine that radiation protection is not a priority over there. And also when we compare to what's going on in other countries such as countries in Asia, I would say we are still a bit in advance for this kind of research because of the funding from the European Commission. So that's a very important point.
Very good. I will leave now the word to Javier and then pass to the next question. Please.
Yes. Next week, there is in Vienna, in the International Atomic Energy Agency, the meeting of the Committee of Safety Standards. In this meeting, attend 20 people from around the world in order to improve the safety of the nuclear power plant in the world. And there are people from Asia, from the United States, from South America, from Europe. So that is a very good place for collaboration around the world to establish regulatory things, safety standards, and to improve with subgroups of waste management, radiator protection, nuclear safety, and a lot of topics. So that is working from a lot of years, and we meet every year twice.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. We have another question that is anonymous, so I don't know which put it, but and it is for Ms. Ulla. Will it be possible to sustain the important open access framework to GRC research infrastructure while facing the substantial financial cuts? What is your idea about that?
this is something which we really treat with priority because we see it as an added value on one hand for us and for the users. And we are in very close discussions with our colleagues. I just had this week a meeting, so we are very confident that it will be possible that we can sustain it, because when we look at the figures which we have with the open access to JRC facilities, we really cover a broad range of member states, and particularly member states who do not have important nuclear infrastructures. And I think this is really something what is also the role of the JRC, giving access to across Europe. And we said before, we need to get closer to each other. And of course, when we get closer, JRC is an important part to be in there and to be used. And I'm confident that we will find a solution very soon.
Strongly agree with that. We have time for a very last short question from the audience, and I think that the gentleman here is already prepared. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My question is really specific to John Christoph, actually. Thank you for introducing Pianoforte to me. So you said 70% of the budget goes to 17 projects. My question is, what part of the budget goes to knowledge management and knowledge transfer with a proper planned strategy, and who's doing it across all the 17 projects that are being funded within this program?
Thank you for this question, which is very important. So we also have, I would not be able to say the amount of money that we reserve for this task because it's WP5 and I have not that in mind, but we have specific funding for such activities. So we are very careful with all projects that we are dealing with. Right now I told you that we have 17 projects, but we have specific meetings with the PI of this project to elaborate specific plans for knowledge management, for transfer of competencies, and it's really a point on which we focus. We also focus on data management plan because that we want that all the data that are accumulated during this numerous project will be kept safely. So it's really a strong aspect of Pianoforte.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. So again, I will ask a very good applause to the panelists here for this question and answer. And then I'm leaving the floor to Leon for the closing of the session. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Alessio. Let me use this opportunity to make a short personal note on the how I saw or how I'm seeing this research and development side and human resource side in the nuclear. When I started in this business, it was the famous year of '86. So I was one of the accidents probably in that year. I was really impressed by the complexity and all the structure in nuclear knowledge and nuclear things. Today I'm growing older, probably I'm less patient, and I'm more and more confused about it. And here, when I get confused, then Fulvius' words about doing things together, focusing, comes to my mind. And let me offer one of the maybe simple perspectives of where we are. I would put it this way: I'm nuclear, I hate acronyms. That's the starting point. We have two groups of reactors today. The one I would call BBR, big boring reactors. I would explain a little bit. The other one is called SMR. It's called smartly marketed reactors. Now, the big boring reactors, they produce electricity and money, but they're boring. Nobody cares about them except those who are operating them, okay? So they don't trigger research, they don't get any research capital in the game and such things. They don't even attract very many curious people. And the smartly marketed reactors on the other side, what they do, they don't produce power and money. No, not yet. They attract people, they attract capital, they attract research, and the capital is mostly coming in the western part from non-nuclear world. Now, very back to China. In China, nuclear utilities are investing about 4% of the annual turnover into the research and development. So where comes the focus and where comes the working together? Obviously, the SMRs appear to be the focus which can bring us all together. If we don't forget about big boring reactors, they are so boring we tend to forget about them, but we need them to get the energy and money in the system. But we need smartly marketed reactors to progress. Let me close this session with this. Let me thank our distinguished panelists, my co-host, Alessio Iovara, and special thanks to Dr. Daniela Diacono. She is our rapporteur, and she was working all the time. You didn't notice that. She is writing the report. And special thanks to the Euratom for steady support to all of us here and to organize this event. I think also some Polish colleagues are guilty of co-organizing this event, so thank you to them too. Thank you very much, and see you at the coffee break.
I think around one size and I also I with the late flight. No, what happened? On Monday I took the train. So I came 5 hours from Berlin. Rapid train? No, very slow. Probably there's a nice train like in France, you would have 3 hours. And then it would be great. This late stage because it's not a nice train and there's lots of internet, it was not perfect. But as you know, I tried to push for it, so I told people I will take the fare Monday. And but I had to be there today and I would have to leave right now by train. And I thought it had to take one. So you have a strong police. Yes, yeah. And given that I'm one, I have to show that it also holds for me. And actually, I thought it was interesting to see the Berlin-Warsaw connection because I actually talked about what's actually missing in Europe with respect to I did Vienna night train a couple of times already. Hamburg night train, large gamma station. So I tried to say the train is not possible, but I also find we never find Germany. That's my problem. I will not. But try to like where I can go by. Yes. Yeah. Saying you have to. Yeah. They say if you go together with the, for example, federal police, they all fly. They don't use strong regulations. Why is it different than the other one? So but then Inge, what is what? Yeah, the quick one is important. This is the advantage because Inge and myself we are 100% synchronized on that. So this is the only way to be against it. Brussels together for the time someone asked you, yeah, exactly. And the ministry asked me, and for example,
Feel free. Okay. Hello, welcome everyone. We would like to start this session today. So we will be talking about European research infrastructure and open access and international collaboration. Well, supporting access to pan-European infrastructures, research infrastructure, promoting international cooperation are critical for advancing the nuclear research and development. Today we have our wonderful panelists with you to discuss some of the European projects that we have deep in our hearts. Roger, would you like to spark a bit about what the projects?
Yeah, just to confirm that for all these sessions that we are organizing, we have a Euratom contribution and several projects are contributing to these activities, and I would like to mention the ones that are related to open access to infrastructures, like the project OFFER, and also dedicated action in relation to access to infrastructures in the GRC. We have also projects and activities within the partnerships, like EURAD, like Pianoforte, just to confirm that today the access is organized through partnerships, through dedicated projects, and we are capitalizing all the good work that is being done in the framework of Euratom.
Yeah, so with that, let's have a brief round of introductions. My name is Anna Talarovska. I am treasurer for the European Nuclear Society Young Generation Network. As you can see, our organizers managed to keep so many people, so many young people here, and they tell us that we are the future, so that we will try to have this conversation a bit crispy. So with that, let me turn into our host to an extent, Roger.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. So, Roger Garbil, I'm just new in the field. I'm sorry, I'm joking. No, thank you very much for this opportunity for participating. I'm heading all the fission research activities from DG Research and Innovation in Brussels. I've been involved in, let's say, several initiatives over the last decade. I'm also active as an expert in frameworks like the OECD or IAEA, and the latest ones, for example, are related to Generation 4 systems, infrastructures, as an expert, also part of this group. So thank you again for having this opportunity to share this, please.
Okay, so let's turn to our panelists. We'll let them introduce themselves later, but let's start with the very short information. So we have with us today on the stage Ms. Tatiana Ivanova, a head of Division of Nuclear Science and Education from OECD NEA. We also have Mr. Nikitas Diomidis, advisor and deputy head of research and development from NANGRA. We have Ms. Elizabeth Ainsbury, professor, head of radiation effects department and head of the radiation dosimetry department, UK HSA, and probably a bit more. We have Mr. Sander de Groot, founder of technical lead from Horizon, Ms. Alice Seibert, deputy head of unit from Reactor Safety and Components, JRC. And we managed to have a very special surprise for you today, because we managed to get a big industry player with us on the stage. So with that, I would like to introduce to the stage Mr. Roman Romanowski, Vice President, Westinghouse.
So we will start with a short introduction from the different panelists. And I would like to start to ask Ms. Tatiana Ivanova just to introduce herself in a few minutes and the work that she's doing and her justification in such a nice panel. Please, Tatiana.
Thank you,
Slides? Or?
No, without slides for my self-introduction. I'm Tatiana Ivanova, head of the Division of Nuclear Science and Education in the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. I have over 35 years of experience in the nuclear sector in both research and safety assessment field. I'm reactor physicist and I've been working in different countries. In my two recent jobs, I was with the IRSN, Institute for Safety and Radiological Protection in France, and then I became head of Division of Nuclear Science and Engineering and Education in the Nuclear Energy Agency, supporting Director General Margaret in developing programs in research, development, and education. Very nice to be here. I'm very happy. And thank you for the invitation. Look forward to a productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana.
Yeah, let's go step by step. I think we organize it quite naturally. Elise?
I think I have some
slides. You have some slides? Okay. Yes, if you want.
It's always nicer standing up. Thank you. So, good morning, colleagues. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm Liz Ainsbury from the UK Health Security Agency. I've been a radiation protection scientist for about 20 years now. And I kind of, like a couple of the people said this morning, the speaker said this morning, I've grown up with the European research projects, contributing to various aspects of projects on radiation protection. So I've really enjoyed seeing the development into larger scale, more collaborative, wider interdisciplinary projects over the years. UK Health Security Agency is an executive agency of the Department of Health, so I represent the UK government, but I'm also very much an academic researcher. I'm very interested in scientific development that underpins the safe use of radiation in society. And then I thought I had sent a couple of slides, but if not, never mind. I also have the absolute pleasure of being the co-lead for the Pianoforte project, which is the partnership on radiation protection at European level for infrastructures, so very pertinent to the work that we're going to discuss today. We're focused on open science, we're focused on fair principles within our scientific development, we're making sure we have data management appropriate in place, making sure that people can access the facilities that they need and they have the facilities they need to do the research that supports development of radiation protection and use of ionising radiation across Europe and beyond. And just a personal reflection, I'm also British. People have stopped asking British attendees about Brexit now, but I think it's still important to recognise this has had a huge impact on research and development within the UK and with our partnerships. In radiation protection, we've been very lucky. We're still invited to participate, and I'm very grateful to colleagues for that. But on the funding level, which is very important, this is something that's had a very big impact. So we are still trying to rebuild and get back to the place where we can contribute properly. So interested to discuss that as well if people would like to do so. Okay, I will stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, so we move now to Sander.
I want to come try to do a whole setting.
Hello, thank you for the invitation to be here in this panel. I'm Sander de Groot. I'm a mechanical engineer by background and I still feel like one. I started to work at NRG in 2000. NRG is a nuclear research institute in the Netherlands. I worked there for over 22 years, and in the final years of NRG, an idea popped up to build a molten salt reactor in a particular way, solving the issue of materials by a replacement strategy, all the way brought down into the core of the design. We were able to get funded. NRG allowed us to develop this idea in our own time. And at a certain point got founded, I stepped over to NRG in the year 22. The organization grew significantly. We are currently with over 50 people. We have an office in Amsterdam and an office in Lyon. We're also a France 2030 laureate. And of course, for the complicated things we try to do, research infrastructure is really important. I'm happy to have this background in research infrastructure, so I know what I have to ask for, and now get things done. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
So you can see we go from international organization through our dear friends from the UK, but also radiation protection. So we try to open, we are covering all the different areas. A smaller startup, Horizon. I would like to kindly invite my colleague from the GRC, Alice Sieber. Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Stay seated. Good morning, colleagues. Thanks a lot to the organizers for the invitation. And indeed, we are, the way between him and me is not so far. I'm based in GRC's patent side now, since a while. And as Anna said, I'm the Deputy Head of Unit of Reactor Safety and Components Unit in the Nuclear Safety and Security Directorate of JRC. And my background is chemistry. At a certain moment during my PhD, I came in contact with nuclear chemistry and did a lot in nuclear waste disposal research. And then moved to GRC in Karlsruhe, which was in the beginning also a postdoc in nuclear waste and on surface science topics. And at a certain moment, my non-permanent contract ended and I moved to decommissioning, but came back to GRC and could broaden my interests a lot to severe accident and research and much more. And at the moment, I'm moving from a more scientific life to managerial and coordinating role in project management. And one of my most liked projects at the moment is an initiative on nuclear skills and competences. And I'm also involved in JSC's open access project. So that's from my side, and I think we will talk about that more later on.
In detail. Thank you for the introduction.
Yeah.
So now we would like to turn to our Swiss colleague, colleague from Swiss, Nikitas Diomidis. Please say a couple words.
Yeah.
Yourself.
Thank you, Anna. My name is Nikitas Diomidis. I work for NAGRA. It's the Swiss Radioactive Waste Management Organization. I'm advisor technical barriers and deputy head of R&D there. As a background, I'm a material scientist. I spent about 10 years in material science research before getting in touch with nuclear. I worked for fields like construction or automotive or biomaterials for orthopedic implants before that in various universities around Europe. In 2012, I joined NAGRA and got my first contact with radioactive waste and the nuclear field, initially as corrosion expert, then leader of a team which was responsible for all the engineered barriers, so all the non-radioactive waste materials we deal with. Then the last few years, I took also the responsibility of the safety assessment team. So I led the team that developed the safety case for the general license application we just submitted last November. And since then, I changed a bit the role from management team back to a more technical role as NAGRA's chief materials expert and deputy head of R&D. I coordinate projects related to the optimization of the repository as we move from siting towards implementation. For European collaboration, that is the subject today, I was the leader of the EURAD Work Package Concord the last few years, and I've extensively worked in the Swiss underground research laboratories that are clearly a collaboration platform set up like this. I have quite a few things to say about this in the following discussion. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to welcome also our last guest, Roman Romanowski, Vice President of Energy System at Westinghouse Electric Company. So please.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Proud to be here and speak in this panel. So, as mentioned, I'm representing business side of the sector, but I strongly believe the progress happens when industry and science come hand in hand, and I hope that today's discussion reflects that. So I'm Vice President for Business Development, responsible for new builds within Westinghouse. I cover Europe, and Europe is very, very active in the new builds now. I think it is also a very good message to science. I have more than 20 years of experience in power generation, working within multiple businesses and technologies over this time. And I would say my career also reflects the transition maybe of Polish energy sector from fossil fuel, renewables, and now nuclear is #1 initiative in the country. Once again, pleased to be here and speak in today's panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would also like to greet our wonderful audience. I know that plenty of you is well advanced in their careers. Some of you are still thinking and are where I was, well, not so long ago, in my alma mater in Barcelona, thinking about my career and what I do with my masters and stuff like that. So I hope this session will be of a great value for everyone. And I also would like to turn into the students to make sure that you made the most of this conference and you had the great connections to have meaningful internships, mobility opportunities that we will touch in this panel as we proceed. Our panel will be structured because we have such wonderful panelists. I'm pretty sure we can talk for definitely more than the designated time, but we decided to divide it into the several sections. In the very beginning, we'll talk about vision and strategy. Then we would like to touch some topics about innovation, infrastructure access. Then we'll touch the challenging ones like funding, coordinations with so many countries, people, interested parties. Then we will talk about, well, I would say one of the most challenging topics for the nuclear over the years, which is the knowledge transfer. And we will look for the bright future.
Thank you, Anna. So to start, for speaking about vision, strategy, let's start with Nikitas, from the point of view of NAGRA and the radioactive waste management. I think you have some highlights to show us. Can you please share this with the audience?
Yes, yes, please.
There should be a presentation, I think, concerning Nikitas and Switzerland. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the idea was to discuss a bit about what type of infrastructure is most impactful. And in the radioactive waste management field, this is a very easy answer. There is one type of infrastructure that everybody has, in a way, has to go through to develop the program, and that's the underground research laboratories or underground research facility or rock laboratory. You can call it however you want. We're going to call it URL in short today. And I think most people from the rad waste field know exactly what I'm talking about, and I guess most of you have already visited the facilities I will show. But for everyone else who's not familiar with laboratories underground, I think this will be an interesting slide set. Next one, please. So in this map, you will see all the facilities available around the world. What you're looking for is the yellow stars. These are the URLs that are active today. And you will see that there are not that many. There's 2 in France, 2 in Switzerland, 1 in Belgium, 1 in Czech Republic, Finland, Sweden, 1 in South Korea, and 2 in Japan. And that's it. And for such an infrastructure so important for a disposal program, it's surprisingly few, I would like to say, because it's quite clear that if you want to develop geological disposal, you need access to the geology. It's like probably one of the biggest, the most important factors. Now, I'm obviously more familiar with the Swiss URLs. We have 2 of them in Switzerland. You can see on the northwest of the country, we have the Monterrey lab. This is built in opalinous clay. It's nicely, easily accessible through the side of a motorway tunnel. Opalinous clay is the host rock that we have selected for the repository. At the siting region, it's at 900 meters depth, which makes it quite complicated to get there. But at the lab, you can actually drive with your car straight into the lab and you have access to the clay. The other lab is called Grimsel, is more to south-central Switzerland, up on the Alps, in a very nice spot by the Grimsel Pass. This is built in granite, and it's from the period where NAGRA was considering granite as a host rock, but we keep running as international collaboration platform. You will see more details later on. Next one, please. So looking at the Grimsel lab, you can see a map of how the lab looks like. It's basically a series of tunnels. The gray tunnel on the right is the access tunnel for one of a hydro plant. It was under one of those artificial lakes you saw in the previous slide. This is how the people who work in the plant, that plant go to work. So on the side of that, we have built this series of tunnels. You can see there's many partners from many countries spanning all sorts of backgrounds. Most of the names there are waste management organizations, but you see also universities, ETH, KIT, private companies like Obayashi, governments like the US DOE, Department of Energy, and all these people participate in the running of the lab. So it is owned and operated by NAGRA, but there is the International Steering Committee with a representative from each of those partners, and that is the committee that decides which experiments will be run into the lab. So it's really a collaborative project specifically made for exchange and cooperation. Next one, please. Next, the Monterrey lab, quite similar. Here it's on the side of a motorway tunnel. Again, a series of tunnels underground. Again, many international partners, like before, from 9 different countries, and again, spanning all sorts of backgrounds, from waste management organizations to regulators. You see Funk from Belgium, BASE from Germany, government like the US DOE, but also oil companies here like Chevron and Total, because they're experiments in CO2 storage. Next one, please. So why do we care about these facilities, and what's the most important aspect? Why are an indispensable piece of the RAD waste program? Obviously, the first thing is they provide increased realism. Pretty quickly, when you start doing experiments and research on RAD waste, you see the limitations of research on the benchtop. It's actually quite a bit surprise, at least was from me, after 15 years of clean, nicely controlled experiments on the benchtop. Suddenly, my experiment was inside a tunnel in a hole full of mud, and it was quite a big different experience. But we have to go through these learning steps to develop a RAD waste program. And the other thing is, as the RAD waste development program goes more and more into maturity, we need to increase the spatial and the temporal scale of our experiments, but also for the demonstration. You can see there a couple of experiments going on. You can see a little human for scale. The tunnel on the bottom right is the FE experiment. That's 50-meter long tunnel. That is a full-scale emplacement test of 3 Swiss canisters with spent fuel. You do need the facilities that provide you this space and the ability to run these experiments for decades in order to learn and to demonstrate that you can dispose of the waste safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikitas. Just a quick question for you in relation to this, because we are talking about, vision and strategy. So you have definitely, let's say, the need to define and prioritize these open access capabilities and also international cooperation within Europe and with, let's say, other countries throughout the world. So what are the key challenges for you to ensure the success of these facilities and the open access capabilities that you are offering?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't talk about the timing, but the dates were there. So you saw, for example, Grimsel celebrated its 40-year birthday last summer. So these are facilities that are aimed to work for several decades. The challenges there are clearly they ensure required resources. The financial aspect is quite clear and obvious, but maybe equally important is the availability of expertise. When you have facilities running this long, continuity of knowledge transfer become quite important. And in this respect, having an underground lab acts also as a proxy to the repository. A repository will be a project of several centuries. We will have to ensure this knowledge transfer over several generations to complete the project. Having a lab for maybe a few decades is already a learning platform for that. The other thing is local acceptance. And again, an underground lab works as a proxy for a repository, the same way you would need to convince the local communities that the repository is safe. You need to do the same for a lab. So it teaches you about public outreach, social aspects, communication, and stuff like that. The actual priorities evolve with the program. You start usually with a pretty generic program, not host rock specific. You build confidence and competencies in what you can do, and then as you go closer to implementation, you need to be much more host rock specific. So the priorities of the work you do in these labs changes over the decades as the programs mature.
Thank you very much, Nikitas, and I would like to thank you also for all the proactive work that has been done over decades concerning the field of radioactive waste management in a European framework, and I think we can say we are at the top in this area. So thank you again for all this active work.
Yeah, that's definitely challenging, and it's great to hear that. I think that another challenge is, what do we do when we want to go forward with the technology? and how do we treat materials? How do we organize all the research around it? And I think we have a wonderful person on the stage who will tell us a bit more about NEA second framework for irradiation experiments, which definitely help us progress with the materials. Tatiana, would you like to say a couple of words about this framework and how NEA supports international collaboration, the important initiatives?
Thank you. I have slides, if you can put my slides on. I will start with introducing NEA. I'm sure you know what NEA is. It's an international intergovernmental organization that helps develop nuclear energy in the 40 and 34 member countries. Next slide, please. It includes 8 standing technical committees, 80 working parties and expert groups. Our member countries are countries with the most developed nuclear energy programs. Altogether, they produce about 80% of any electricity, world electricity on the nuclear power plants. And my team support the work of the Nuclear Science Committee. And I'm very happy to see key members of the Nuclear Science Committee and leaders, as the Nuclear Science Committee spans a wide range of, covers a range of topics, including reactor physics, criticality safety, fuels and materials, fuel cycle, innovative fuel cycle. And we're happy to present Nathalie Chauvin, who chairs the Working Party on Scientific Issues of Fuel Cycle. Also, we support education training. And across all our activities, the topic of experimental infrastructure is a key. And a previous slide. And in the NEA, we have a very flexible and very useful instrument, which is called International Joint Project. Currently, we have 23 joint projects ongoing, but since 1958, when the first international joint project, Halden Reactor Project, was launched, the agency has conducted over 60 joint projects, with the oldest started in 1958, and the recent one was launched 2 weeks ago. It's called WIZARD, or Waste Integration for Small and Advanced Reactor Designs, dealing with used fuel. What is a joint project? Joint projects bring together member and non-member countries, main nuclear stakeholders, including industry, safety organizations, research and development, academia, to conduct studies in a particular area on a cost-sharing basis. Again, as I said, it's a very flexible instrument that has been widely used, and majority of projects are experimental, that involves experimental infrastructure and helps support experimental infrastructure, which is a key topic, key issue in our member countries. So, among the most popular and most successful joint project is FIDES. Next slide, please. Or Framework for Irradiation, Second Framework for Irradiation Experiments. It was launched after the Halden reactor was closed in 2018. It was launched shortly after, with a purpose to preserve main experimental infrastructure and perform key experiments with fuels and materials on material test reactors and transient reactors or pulse reactors around the world. And we started in 2021 with only 4 joint experimental programs ongoing under the umbrella of FIDES. And now you can see the current picture. We have 9 joint experimental programs that are conducted on several reactors across the world. And we have now almost all major material test reactors and transient reactors working in FIDES. Experiments conducted to support the development of LWF fuel and materials and Gen4 fuels. It covers different topics, different accidental scenario, normal operation scenarios. And I'm very pleased to say that we have started the second triennial a year ago. And actually, for the third phase of the project, we have already 15 experimental joint program proposals on the table. And now we are working with our member countries how to optimize and to keep all these reactors with us and to perform experiments that would address a key issues for our member countries. The FIDES project is governed by the governing board, and also it has a technical review group. And I'm very pleased to present Olivier Marchand, who is the chair of the technical review group, and that he managed a big group of people from 14 countries and the European Commission. And of course we have US, Japan, Korea with us, non-European countries. So as you can see on the picture, how the reactors that are working on the FIDES spread in the world. We have 5 material test reactors, 2 transient test reactors, and 1 commercial reactor that are conducting experiments within FIDES.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Just to confirm also that we try to emphasize also the need for synergies and cooperation between the work that is done by OECD. So we managed to get this through the project, the Euratom project, the coordinators, chairing also committees at the NEA, and also contributing with potential activities either supported from the OECD countries or through one way or the other the Euratom project. So thank you again for this contribution.
If I may, the FIDES is not only framework for experimental work. Also, it brings together people with different backgrounds, like a calculation, modeling, simulation, experimental background, instrumentation. And our members work together not only to perform experiments, but also to reinforce modeling and simulation in order to support the design and analysis of the experiments, and also to reinforce instrumentation to optimize experimental programs. And education and training is a very big component of this, and we will launch, hopefully shortly, a training program jointly with NEST. It's another, next slide, another joint project within the NEA, it's called NEA Nuclear Education Science and Technology Framework, that provides, launched in 2019, provides a new generation of nuclear engineers with a hands-on training. So we have master's students, PhD students, young professionals that are exposed to challenging programs and work alongside reputed experts to work to know how the nuclear energy sector looks from inside. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to confirm that also we have similar activities called NN2+ at the European level. Offer is for the infrastructures, because some of you are here also to know what will happen in the near future for potential support for the next call 26-27. I would like to confirm that success stories will benefit from dedicated support, so we should carry on in promoting this, combining access to infrastructures, nuclear education and training. So now I would like to ask my colleagues from the JRC. We know that the JRC is the research organization that is part of the European Commission, and there's scientific and technical support to the European Union policy-making process. JRC has infrastructures, so how does the JRC ensure equitable and impactful access to European research facilities? So the point of view from the JRC, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. As you already heard from Roger and in the morning plenary session from my director, JRC is implementing Euratom's research and training program in its direct action, so meaning our work program. But we are also partner in many of the indirect actions. and of course have collaboration agreements with EU research institutions, strategically aligned with our work program. But we also have, and this is what I want to talk about today a bit more in detail, we contribute to specific projects for transnational access to nuclear research infrastructures. As you have seen, GRC itself runs on 3 sites nuclear research infrastructure in Karlsruhe, Petten and Geel. And we are also collaborating with RTD for support of our users. We are collaborating with the big project on European platform for accessing nuclear infrastructure, nuclear R&D facilities called OFFER, and of course are interacting with NN for mobility grants, for example, to also facilitating this access. And our own project on opening our research infrastructure, which is called OASIS, makes accessible 11 laboratories on the 3 sites I just mentioned. And these are labs with specific focus, and this is distributed over the 3 sites. So for Karlsruhe, for example, we have basic actinide research, we have hot cells facilities, and a lot of materials research going on. While Petten is more nuclear data acquisition and runs accelerator-based neutron sources and radiometrology laboratory. You saw some pictures earlier from Ulla. And what we are doing in Petten, so this is my home base now, is on the behavior of reactors' structural materials and components under various experimental conditions. So looking at corrosion and also mechanical characterizations. And this is one point where I can announce that we are next week celebrating 20 years of one of our labs called Amalia. So if somebody is interested to join in Petten on site or hybridly, just get back to me and we will see what we can do. And there will also be some LinkedIn posting to keep you updated on that. This is together also with another project we are running now called Nuclear Modeling Hub, which goes into the direction that we are trying to gather various models for including nuclear into economic modeling down to real nuclear physics modeling, which is also just a big endeavor. And now coming back to our real research infrastructure, what we do there for having a fair and equal access is, of course, we have a selection procedure. So we have open calls once or twice a year, published on our internet page, and this then these proposals then are evaluated for their feasibility on our infrastructure and evaluated by an external scientific committee considering their scientific merit, collaboration and access of new users, as well as strategic relevance, let's say. Once the proposals are positively evaluated, we start with our accessing procedure, which is sometimes a bit cumbersome because of a lot of administrative things to do. We need security clearances and medical examinations, contracts have to be signed and so on. But then the users are allowed to stay for short-term stays up to a few weeks, but also long-term, up to 9 months. And these days for the users are financially supported thanks to our administrative arrangement with RTD for their accommodation and travel costs. And so what is the impact then? We have reporting, we have a strong wish that all these results produced with our facilities are published in open journals. And also there is an impact in the sense that we see a lot of innovative work. And these projects are not only valuable for the users, but they are also valuable for our experts themselves, because you get new inspiration, you do things you would never have done without the users, and there's really some cross-fertilization, let's say. And another point is education and training. A lot of our projects, around 70%, include young generations, so master, PhD students, even bachelors, and the users which are coming to the site, around 40% of them are indeed students. So that's from my point of view.
Yeah. So just to confirm, for the young generation, there are opportunities in several labs, different types, internships, 5 months, it's already a good start, you get paid, not always the case. Great opportunity to be in international context. Then all the PhDs and the activities that are happening, so it's really great opportunity. GRC is a good example, but it happens in different labs. We have issues to get the people in, so there are jobs, there are opportunities, so people should apply for it.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you, Roger. It sounds like as a student, as a PhD student, sometimes you also think like those things happen, like the GRCs, the huge projects happen somewhere, but not in my backyard. But that's not the case. There's a place for everyone, and you can see how great contribution students can have and what roles we can play. But coming closer, you know, some of those things happen at the events like that. Just yesterday, I've heard about strategic collaboration between Westinghouse and Institute National of the Sciences Supplies, INSA in Lyon. So with that, Roman, can you tell us a bit more about this MOU that was signed yesterday? What stems from it?
Yes, thank you. So the MOU signed yesterday between Westinghouse and INCA Lyon is an important step in strengthening pan-European collaboration in nuclear R&D, in particularly material science, which of course remains the cornerstone of innovation in our sector. So under this agreement, Westinghouse is providing access to test rigs to support INCA's research in areas such as high temperature material performance and corrosion, erosion testing. This kind of collaboration allows us to advance understanding of the fundamental properties of materials, and with support of AI, accelerate also development of novel materials to improve durability, safety, cost efficiency for the current and next generation reactor designs. So in our opinion, it just reflects that the industrial players like Westinghouse and academic institution can join forces and translate research into deployable solutions.
Thank you for that. With this, we would like to turn more into innovation and infrastructure access. So we know that UK HSA is a leading infrastructure for many projects, like Lise, you've mentioned already pianoforte. So how does open access to irradiation effects infrastructure improve collaborative outcomes in health and safety related to the nuclear research?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, this is a really important point. We know, and I hope that everybody will agree, that open science is a topic of relevance for all of us. There's a clear body of literature that demonstrates that open science in general increases visibility, the impact of research and development, improved reproducibility of results, we get faster discovery and development, also trust, so knowledge mobilization, the way in which we communicate with very different perspectives from some different areas can help lead to a common understanding when we are working together in an open way. And open access is a very, very key part of this. So under pianoforte, as an example, we are absolutely committed to open access. We bring together under the Pianoforte partnership platforms who are interested in emergency response, in environmental protection, in low-dose radiation research in particular, and a whole variety of other things. And the power of everybody working together to look at some of the real key questions underpinning our health protection, our health security, is we've seen the benefits. Some of the recent projects, well, we collaborate closely with OFFA as well to try and embed radiation protection there, and that's been really good, but more to do. We're definitely looking forward to working further with OFFA colleagues and also with JRC colleagues. JRC is a partner in Pianoforte, and really excited to hear about the kind of wider opening of the JRC facilities, so we'll be looking forward to working more closely there too. And then in terms of kind of opening of our results, every project, Jean-Christophe said it already this morning, every project, all of our outputs, both scientific and otherwise, we are committed to providing these in an open way. So each project has a data management plan explaining how and where the data will be shared. Many colleagues choose to share through the STORE database. That's an open database facility. You can sign up, you can either get data directly or you can request data. And because a lot of people are using that, a lot of the data in radiation protection at least is all in one place. So it's much easier to sort of find what other colleagues are doing, and as an early career scientist perhaps come and find the labs that you're interested in attending and finding out a bit more about. We also, building on the work of previous projects, have the AIR2D2 database. So this is access to infrastructures for radiation research database. And we are trying, we still have a lot of work to do, but we are trying to build a single point of information about the radiation-specific infrastructures. And again, in terms of helping people, particularly young people coming into the field, but also all of us, I'm the same, you know, some things I know very well about, but I've already learned a lot this conference, coming at this from a slightly different angle, to understand what's available and how we can then use that to advance our own science and research and development. I'll finish by saying there is still a lot more to do, so I'm really excited to be here. It is my first FISA conference, so to meet you all and look at how we can better work together in all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. So, just to mention here, we are talking about a big family, the nuclear family, like Leon was saying earlier, the big reactors, they are running, they are delivering, very reliable. But today we have some smaller companies, they are bringing a bit of excitement, and they are looking also at accessing infrastructures. So Sander has got the experience from the R&D side, now he's in a startup. I suppose he's got some thoughts to share concerning the difficulties that can happen today in accessing these infrastructures, accessing the data to do experiments. So please, can you share your thoughts and maybe shake a bit the family?
Yes, okay, thank you. Well, I will start with good news also, because we're not completely silent in the field. We are working with research institutes and infrastructure already. But maybe to start a bit with our concept. Having worked in research for quite a while, you also are aware where the complications are if you want to validate or test stuff. for a new reactor. And I think it has led to the concept that we have developed in Thorizon to a large extent. So basically, we already concluded that if you want to build a molten salt reactor, the material interaction issues are large. And that also means that if you want to build a reactor anytime soon, it will be impossible to validate these materials for a 60 years lifetime. So you need to do something else about it. And that means that you need to have a practical replacement strategy for your materials, but preferably in a nuclear safe way. So our reactor core is not a big vessel filled with salt, but it's a core consisting out of individual modules we call cartridges. They're closed and they may remain closed before, during and after operation. And they can be replaced as a whole. And in this way, we at least mitigate material deterioration, because we accept material deterioration, we just replace on time. This strategy also allows us to have modules in which the fluid is circulated by forced flow and guided. That also means that a complication of a large volume of salt is the degrees of freedom in flow, and the combination with neutronics, which requires very advanced calculations to be performed, with very complicated validation associated to it. In our calculations, we can use relatively simple codes that are existing for nuclear already, so system codes basically. And we've also shown that the coupling with neutronics can be a chaining approach, where basically the neutronics is input to the thermohydraulics and the thermohydraulics calculates what happens. And it's also important to know, we are developing a fast spectrum system, that the response of this system is extremely slow. And that's a typical thing for a molten salt reactor. But also in our system, we see that reactivity insertion hardly has any impact. And also the impact of the thermohydraulics on the neutronics hardly has an impact. So this practical approach allows us to also do validation and testing in a very practical way. We need to validate system codes as they were developed for water. And we can already use the system codes already now, although the validation, of course, needs to take place. Also, we need to prove our system for a limited amount of time. And it also means that mainly the deterioration of the materials, corrosion, the interaction with chemics, with hot, chemically aggressive salt needs to be assessed. But also there, to a large extent, we can do things cold. So our testing and validation program is based on doing chemistry cold, so not nuclear. Of course, it's hot, but not nuclear. And then prove that what we do cold is representative for when the salt is containing actinides and fuels. And for that, of course, we need actylite laboratories or radiological laboratories to repeat the tests that we do. We do a lot of tests, at least we plan to do, because the envelope of variations within a molten salt is really large. So last year we have developed our first loop and operated it. It's a small loop, but with representative conditions, which we can use. We will build 20 of them, at least, I think, because these tests take long. You cannot wait for them, you cannot put them in series, so you do it in parallel, and you try to have the whole envelope of all the parameters that we have in our system. And then we do dedicated tests in a radiological laboratory to confirm that what we have found is indeed matching and that the impact of the actinides included are not that big. So that's one aspect. Then the radiation aspect. So we have a fast spectrum system. There are no fast spectrum reactors available. So that means that we are relying on data that is already there and materials that have already been irradiated in fast spectrum in the past. And then, of course, we need these samples to bring in contact with salt to check if I have irradiated material, what is the impact of the status of that material on the corrosion behavior with the salt. We're also doing proton irradiation tests where we look at what is happening at the interface between the salt and the material to check especially what type of radiation effects can impact the chemistry. And also there try to prove that this impact is acceptable and that we, with a tiny factor, with some conservatism, can use our non-nuclear tests. We're also doing a salt irradiation in HFR, a machine I know well. It's the material test reactor in Petten. And together with Orano, Stellaria, and a few more parties will be added, we perform a capsule irradiation of molten salt with fuel, hopefully start end of this year. On the actinide laboratories, we're discussing with the JRC, we're discussing with Energy, we're discussing with French parties, so we're UK also, just to find who's the quickest and the cheapest and can help us forward, but also which country will support this effort, because what we're trying to do in these tests is relatively fundamental. And on the one hand, as a startup, you could say, hey, if I finance it, the IP is mine, so that represents value. On the other hand, it's also relatively generic data that we need to make the balance between where do we put our money. So if that can be supported by governments or executed in national or European programs, I think for us that would be quite beneficial. And then comes where it becomes complicated. This is all going so extremely slow. It's horrible. And I know it because I've been working in nuclear for a long time, and it also has almost been accepted. You know, the statement, oh, it always takes twice as long as you planned it. It's almost like a mantra in the nuclear sector, and it's really not acceptable. I mean, change it. The public is fed up with it. Politicians are fed up with it. You cannot have a sustainable nuclear industry if everything costs way much than you planned it and takes way too long. So.
Yeah, well,
and we're facing that as well in our program because we talk to investors. Investors want to have return as quickly as possible. We want to act as quickly as possible. And it's of course a pity that on the fundamental nuclear side, our project would be delayed by the inherent slowness of the sector. Sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine, and I think it's also important to talk about challenges, but let's stay optimistic and think about what kind of changes, what can we do from your perspective? How can you or member states can support startup, environment in general to support the effort? Is it just a time or is it just simplification of procedures? Do you have any strong opinions on this?
Well, it's all about money, of course. So I've been 20 years in the nuclear R&D field. So I've seen the decline. So of course I'm complaining about the speed, but I also have a lot of understanding how this has came to be. Nuclear has been pushed into a corner for decades. Funding always was decreased, at least on the fission side. And that puts pressure on what everybody's doing. And I think the nuclear sector has done a great job in staying alive. But it also has led to certain mechanisms where the budget is very fragmented. The budget is, of course, too low. And there's also not really a centralized coordination on where to put the big amounts of funding. And specifically, experimentation is very expensive. So I would highly recommend, first of all, as a fission community, ask for more funds. We need it and we deserve it. It's critical for European sovereignty on energy. It's, energy is the basis of our society. If we are not taking that very seriously, which I think we haven't in the past 20 years, now is the time to put nuclear on the table, and a bit seriously, please. So there is a, and I think this is recognized at political level. It's also not going very fast, but so use that opportunity to get more funds. And on a European level, I think try not to fragment it too much to keep the sector alive. That has been the past 20 years. Now, make sure that you dedicate the money to where individual parties have difficulties to finance something. So experimentation, test facilities, irradiation projects. These are the things I think a lot of money should go to, and the whole community will profit from it. Because there's a lot of knowledge that will come out of it. It will attract young people, by the way, also. So I think, that's one of my recommendations, at least.
Okay. Yeah, with that, I would like to turn to a bigger player. How does it look like from experienced company like Westinghouse? Can you give us some updates? Can you explain what challenges and what opportunities come from this situation?
So first of all, I think it is an important point by Sander. And I think it highlights a broader discussion that we have in the sector. From perspective of a large company like Westinghouse, we strongly believe in potential, and we see potential in partnership that bring together academic institutions, industrial platforms, startups, emerging innovators. So, for instance, in collaboration with INCA, basically we're contributing test rigs to strengthen material science capabilities of them. And while INCA will manage that infrastructure, we hope this creates an opportunity for, I would say, a broader access by others. Including startups, SMAs, and basically they will have an opportunity to conduct that testing. So, and this type of collaborative models where the infrastructure is hosted by academic institution, research institution, but supported by industry, creates the opportunity for many players, for more players, big and small, to engage and contribute to this high-impact research. At the same time, I think it is important to recognize how technological frontiers are shifting. One important example is a move away from water as a primary coolant in next generation reactor designs. So it basically, the shift changes completely the configuration of the reactor, and also brings another level of prototyping and material testing. So basically we basically see that in this context, EU and member state should place a great emphasis on creating a kind of open access infrastructure for many players to be able to utilize it and contribute in the research. So from our side, we are open and ready also to, of course, contribute, engage, and support in a way we can the ecosystem.
Yeah, I think there's also a challenge here to, learn from each other. It's also a challenge and the opportunity to learn from each other and, combine and improve our safety culture of the entire industry that we are so proud of. Speaking of this, there is a lot of coordination effort to make a huge impact that we are trying to make as a nuclear community in general. So, Nikita, given your active role in the radioactive waste management, how does cooperation across the borders improve the efficiency in the long-term projects, in the long-term waste R&D?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. The thing is that the various European and not only national waste management programs have many things in common. So it's very easy to find opportunities and reasons to collaborate. It's at least easier compared to other industries I have worked on in the past. So it's easy to share expertise, to share know-how, to share infrastructures, to co-fund projects. But I think in terms of efficiency, the interesting part, or maybe the most beneficial part, are the differences, because the programs are actually different because the boundary conditions are different. And what I mean by that is, for example, each country has its own legal and regulatory framework, has its own geology, and you have to work with the geology that you have. The inventories are different, depends on the number and type of reactors your country has. Societal aspects are different. And all this framework forces each program to prioritize things differently and develop competencies in different aspects. So it makes it very easy to learn from each other, because eventually we will all have to go through the same steps. While some of us are strong in one thing, the others are something else. So it's very easy to increase efficiency by learning from each other rather than reinventing the wheel, each one of us separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. So just to say, for sure we have achieved and we are achieving great results throughout Europe doing R&D, cooperation, capacity building, in identifying the number of infrastructures, trying to get more funding. But today, looking at the situation, things are really requiring to change gear, to go much faster and much bigger. So what I could say from the European perspective, we have some initiatives which try to tackle the issue from the upper level, like the European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructures, identifying at European level all these big infrastructures, and then member states, let's say, co-funding these large infrastructures for access to everybody, etc. But today in the field, and this obviously covers many infrastructures, we always had this issue of the TFEU, which is the non-Euratom infrastructures and the more related Euratom infrastructures, but still in this forum you still have infrastructures like reactor Jurovic that is identified, or the MIRA facility in Belgium. And this is one way to try to say these are priorities at the European level. But today, what we see also is what has been done in R&D in a Euratom framework can be maximized, capitalized, and boosted in a much bigger scale. And we are mentioning the Industrial Alliance. And there it brings us now to public-private partnerships, member states, state aid, private sector, having such needs, because at the end of the day, we need researchers, we need engineers for the industry. Some stay in research labs, but not all. And so, looking at this, do you feel that the Industrial Alliance, for example, is a real opportunity, not only for the reactor systems, because they are covering also the different areas, and do you feel that it will happen from the member states? And do you have any idea of the figures needed? We are talking about a few millions for Euratom. I think we need to get to the billion range. Is any of you able to help in this?
Yeah, well, we're one of the SMR Alliance projects. So we do our best to propose what we think is necessary to do to help us forward. The key question, of course, is where will the money come from? And if it's again the same Euratom budget that we have been struggling with already for a decade or more, it will not change anything. So the key question is, it's good that this SMR Alliance is there, and but yeah, where are the instruments to really finance the work that is proposed? What we have tried to do in our project is to make what we need also generic, to make it European acceptable, and to also allow European funding to be put in, because a larger community will profit from the results. So in that sense, I think we have made it accessible for European funding, but again, the instruments needed to finance what we want to do is, I haven't seen them yet.
It is coming, just to confirm that hopefully there will be demonstrators being fully funded through this alliance and covering also all the supporting infrastructures and R&D. So a lot of the work has been done in the Euratom framework, like you said. I would say don't expect too much from the fission side, because we know this is the way it happens in Europe. Fusion is a different story, so we fully support fusion also. But when it comes to really having big numbers, this will come through public-private partnerships of the member states within Europe that are... So there's a change here, a shift. So maybe, do you have any suggestions from the radiation protection community? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, this is a challenge. Everything costs a lot of money, of course. So a couple of things I just wanted to mention. So in the UK, for now, but I think this is something that could be rolled out more widely, the UK government has taken the decision to fund radiation protection with a kind of seed funding. So the idea is that there's a partnership between the UK Health Security Agency, leading on radiation protection, with industry partners and with academia led by one university on a key challenge. And although the money from the UK government is relatively small to get people together and think about how they can work together, when we sign the contracts, we commit to using this as seed funding to bring industry partners in, etc. That we're still at a relatively early stage with the most recent one of these, but I think that could be really interesting approach to get wider industrial partners interested in what we're doing and get more money in. I also want to highlight the UK Nuclear Skills Plan. So coming back to the importance of sort of early career people, we cannot do any of this without the workforce needed to support. So, it's all very well bringing the money in, but if we haven't got people to do all of the jobs, do the research and really grow the industry, then that's going to be a real issue. We've talked about this throughout the meeting. So the Nuclear Skills Plan identifies, and this is the key part, the key challenges for us as a whole, as collectively, and then tries to identify where we need to bring people in training. And again, that training focus is across government and academia, but also across industry to bring the industry partners closer with us. And this kind of joint working is absolutely key to underpin everything we're trying to do in health and security. And then just a little bit further on the kind of joint challenges, one of the things that we're doing under Pianoforte, as many other projects are doing, is not only identifying the work that's needed under our strategic research agendas, but now from the Commission we are asked to create strategic research and innovation agendas. And I always think the I in the SRIA stands for impact, but actually it's innovation. Well, it's impact as well. This will allow us to have greater impact. Key to this is that it will allow us to jointly identify, and when I say jointly, I mean in the broadest possible sense, jointly identify the key challenges and make sure that the funding is appropriately rooted to those really key challenges. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I love your energy, Liz. So honestly, we can tell that it's not, well, so there are several pillars of the challenges that we have. But there are also a lot of opportunities. And speaking of opportunities, I would like to also touch the fact that, well, since we are in Warsaw and being a Pole, there were some opportunities that opened once Westinghouse, since it was established in Warsaw in 2021, it's growing its workforce, it's developing mobility and some internships, trainings. So, Roman, would you like to give us some more highlights on this?
Absolutely. So since the very beginning of our presence in Poland, the entity was established 2021. We've prioritized building local talent. So Westinghouse Poland today is one of the most growing hubs within our European operations. And with now over 300 professionals already onboarded across Krakow and Warsaw. The Polish teams deliver from shared services and project support to advanced engineering, digital systems, licensing, and project functions for the new build and operating nuclear plants. In partnership with top Polish and I could say European technical universities, we've established internship and early career programs that brings in 10 to 20 students every year for hands-on assignments within the different engineering functions across our global operations. And what I would like also to highlight this year, we selected again 13 interns, 8 from Poland, 5 from Bulgaria. Those are the countries where the new nuclear advances fast. And they will travel to the US for the paid internship with our Cranberry Woods and Rock Hill sites. So we see those internships as part of a broader mobility and talent development strategy that fits into our European operation and broader collaboration with European academia. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite people to put more questions. I don't know if it's my app that does not get updated, but we started to treat one of the questions, which was related to public-private partnerships. I think, like we say today, we have infrastructures, we need to have a business model. Most of them were funding publicly. They are having also issues for being operated, and they are looking at different ways of capitalizing what can be done in these infrastructures. So, you know, dedicated experiments, publicly funded, we are organizing projects at a national level, at European level, you can access these projects and the data that are produced from that. Some of the facilities today have also implemented like private access, private companies, they want to do irradiation, they want to do activities, be it a large scale or smaller, very specific infrastructures, and they will get the data and they will deal with it. So it's just a way for the infrastructure to be able to run, etc., etc. So we see that also big companies, large players, Westinghouse, CDF, etc., if it doesn't happen at a national center, research center, or they will do it themselves. So we see today industry investing heavily in big machines, big tools, big toys maybe, but they can do and they can change a lot the way we are working. So just a question concerning also international cooperation, because I am personally involved in international cooperation. So we will always say there is international cooperation, but there is also international competition. So at the end we have to do the co-petition, because everybody wants to have the best results and as early as possible, but at the end of the day, the challenge is, do we have enough energy? Can we avoid any blackout somewhere in Europe? This is not always sure, it just happened, unfortunately. But it's just to say, things maybe have to evolve. So from the international point of view at the OECD, do you have any, let's say, perspective in trying to maximize the activities you are doing within the OECD and maybe get some evolution in the partnerships you are organizing or the joint projects?
Yes, thank you. First of all, we do not compete, we cooperate with European projects, and this cooperation has been very successful so far. I'm very pleased to say that through NN++ project, about 50 are fellows of NEST and also fellows of other joint training programs participating in our training programs, including NEST SMR project and the SINUS project, like training for modelers, reactor physics modelers. And it has been very successful, and for some of the fellows, these fellowships had a turning point in their career where they decided to stay in the sector. We also have very good cooperation through OFFER, with FIDES OFFER. We look forward to having more feedback, and we also look forward to cooperate with Connect-NM. About maximizing, we try to actually to optimize available resources and to cooperate across different projects in the Nuclear Energy Agency. In particular, we have joint projects, which I mentioned. Most of them are experimental joint projects, and most of them in the area of safety, supporting our colleagues from Safety Division. With more and more, within this joint project, we launched education and training programs. And we are launching joint project plus NEST, or hands-on education project, which helps to maximize impact with minimum resources. And our fellows benefit from participating in the joint project that provides an access to experimental infrastructures. They work alongside very knowledgeable experts on the very challenging projects. I think in order to maximize it, I think we are doing the best. I don't think we can do more. We are still working towards optimization. But you said you summarized it very nicely. We need to go faster. We need to scale up this. We need to have more money. We need to have more interest from the new generation who comes to the sector. And in some countries, it's still a challenge, a big challenge, and we are working with those countries, helping to address this challenge.
So you know the motto in Europe is united in diversity, or all together is better. So these, I think, mottos that we are using on a daily basis. Anna, you want to continue?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because we've heard about, well, so we have 30 minutes left. So in case you have any questions, feel free to be prepared anytime soon. We have some time for questions. That's one thing. And the other thing, also feel free to submit them via the app so that we can raise them to our wonderful panelists. And with that short break for the announcements, I want to come back to our discussion. And I wonder how JRC is addressing the challenge of the knowledge transfer, because, well, with so spread infrastructures, with so many people internationally involved, of course, there are wonderful opportunities to grow, develop, learn as a person at every stage of their professional development. But there are also challenges with knowledge transfer. So, Alice, can you share maybe some good practices, or maybe some challenges, or maybe some opportunities that arise for our young, newcomers to the industry, how they can support the effort, the important effort that JRC is doing?
Yeah, thank you for for this question. So the feedback what we are getting from the young people who are coming to us is that having this hands-on training and the knowledge sharing and interacting with other people in the sector can be really a game changer for their PhD thesis, for their master thesis, whatsoever, and brings them, advances them, and we are very happy to see the people advancing. And it's also, I think I already said that, it's also for us a real good interaction to get their knowledge and to get their feedback, what competences they bring. Because it is not only our expertise in nuclear which is counting, it's also the enthusiasm of the young people who are coming to us, which helps us standing still with in nuclear. So that's one point. And of course, we also learn new competences from the young. There is a bit of problem with international students because of the legal requirements of Euratom. We are, the legal framework just limits us to Euratom and associated countries to open our facilities. And in any case, we try to collaborate with other countries and with the OECD, NEA. And also we try to collaborate with startups and small and medium enterprises, which are also allowed in our open access program. But there is some sort of problematic issue with IP rights and open data, which we promote. And yeah, in any case, we try. We do our best.
I mean, one step further is sometimes good enough as we progress and to develop the progress, so I'm good with that. I wonder also, because we live in our nuclear bubble to an extent, right? So I wonder, because our nuclear bubble is something that we sometimes try to burst, and there are some other industries, like, well, there are people from astrophysics, like environment. We have Liz here from health. So we have open access databases. Do we see an increased interest, or do we see some challenges when it comes to accessing our nuclear databases from industries that are not directly straightforward, let's say nuclear per se? Yeah.
Maybe Liz or Sander?
I can start. I haven't prepared for this one, so I think I'll just say very briefly. Probably the key challenge is knowing who is who. So and the earlier, I think you said it earlier, the earlier career you are, the harder that is. You know, the more senior you get. So I count myself as relatively senior in radiation protection at least, and I know almost everybody at the sort of similar level across radiation protection. But at this conference here, I've been sort of looking around the room, and I don't know that many of you, to be honest. So building those links at the highest level, but also then building the links right the way down as well, and opening access in a way that really facilitates understanding and transfer of the knowledge between will be key to this. And I think there's a lot more that all of us need to do on that. We're all committed to it under Pianoforte. We are, as John Christoph said this morning, committed to engaging with the widest possible group of stakeholders, but that's challenging. Everybody's got a lot to do, a lot of work to do in their own fields, never mind coming to all the Pianoforte meetings as well. Maybe I'll start with that.
Tatiana, would you like to add something to this one, maybe? I saw the spark in your eyes.
I would like to refer again to the NEA joint projects, where a lot of data generated, but this data, like only members of the project have access to those data within the embargo period, and which usually lasts 5, 6, 7 years. And after this, the data can be openly available for any member countries per request. Again, they're not fully openly available, but in our joint project we have government organizations and private sector and startups. All of them have access to the data generated within the joint project. Again, this shows how flexible this instrument is, given access to all players in the nuclear and non-nuclear sector if needed. But overall, the NEA has a very good and big set of data needed for the development of reactors, for front end and the back end of the fuel cycle. This data, some of them are openly available, can be easily found. Some of them are distributed per request, but data themselves, like raw experimental data, it's not the end point. What we need to do, we need to invest in evaluating the data and adding value so that the new generation would easily use it for their purposes. For the moment, if you look at some data, some like they can be understood only by those who performed the experiments or analyzed it at some point, but some of these experts are gone, like they are retired. And investment should be made here to really add value to data so that it would be directly used by our new generation. And it's a huge investment, actually. It's underestimated how important this investment should be in order for this data to be easily used. It's not only the access to the data, but also the quality of the data if we are speaking about the future of the nuclear energy.
So here we are talking about aspects related to knowledge management, knowledge transfer. So everything that is publicly funded, I think, is pretty clear. Most of it, of course, the consortia still have the right not to share some of the deliverables, but usually we insist on having at least something showing that the results are available and they can maybe contact the coordinator, etc., etc. And this is something that we see also not only here. A lot of knowledge has been produced in Euratom, so I can confirm it will be a dedicated action concerning knowledge management, knowledge preservation of everything that has been done within Euratom for the last 25 years. So hopefully something nice will come out of this. And also we see these similar issues at the GIF, for example. We organized 2-3 years ago a dedicated workshop in the US, in Toronto, all these SMR, startups and big players, companies coming from different industry, chemicals, etc. And then they were clearly coming to say, look, GIF, you are supposed to do a lot of nice work. Can you share it? So we had many colleagues coming, yes, it's possible, but we don't share so much. So then there was a bit of a, let's say, a start of a discussion, how can we make it happen? So even in the framework of GIF, some work will be done in the near future concerning the accessibility and the exchange that is needed. As we said, for the startups, a lot of the results, some of the results have been produced already 25 years, 20 years ago, and they are just staying somewhere in a database where you don't have access, or somewhere on a website, but the website has died. So somewhere in a report, and we have the report maybe in a paper format or in a digital format. So a lot has been done concerning the collection of all this. And now because we are in a digital age, maybe something will happen to help to process this, and with the support of experts and also, let's say, IT guys, and maybe some AI, we will be able to share this on a larger scale, because regularly we get this. So there are difficulties, but there are always solutions. So even in IP, the legal guys are always there to help. Very difficult, I understand. The first one to suffer from this. But we always find solutions, even in the consortium, in the organizing the European research. So having said this...
Well, so you've mentioned one thing, there are always solutions, but it's also equally important to be aware of some barriers to engineer those solutions, right? And we had, let me turn to the audience and to one of the questions that just arrived. The question is to Alice, but I think it's equally important to all of us here. So let me just read it. How JRC is attracting YGN other than just internships or trainings? For example, maybe are there some entry-level jobs, but we have challenges to find them? Can you help us to navigate through the vast resources of the JRC? Where can we find those kind of information?
There I can fully agree. We also ourselves have sometimes difficulties to find information, but joking. No, it's a good remark. We are at the moment working on that a bit in the frame of this relatively new initiatives on skills and competences to provide externals, let's say, be it young generation, be it public, be it professionals, anybody, a more structured way of accessing information about JRC, what JRC is offering, and how to even how to contact us, which is sometimes difficult because we do not necessarily give email addresses or whatever on our web pages. So this is one point to check on my list for the time coming. And yeah, we are trying to be accessible wherever it is possible, like on these occasions here, to get feedback from all of you and let us know what we can do better and how. Maybe young generation is a good partner in helping us improving in that.
Happy to help, always.
Okay, so maybe we can try to make it a bit more interactive, I think. So do we have any question? And I would like to have young generation questions, if possible. Please.
So hello, yeah, Abhishek Mishra from Galson Sciences. So I have a question. It's a bit general because we have talking about there's so many opportunities. So what I did was I went back online, I checked for opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities for, let's say, nuclear safety engineer, but 95% of them says 5 years of experience. But nowhere I saw trainee nuclear safety engineer. So how you guys think that nuclear safety engineer job could be an entry-level job somehow? I understand the concern, but you would have those senior people, so you could somehow have that senior person, and when you hire a new person, train that. There are risks and challenges, but I went back. That's why I went back when there were so many exciting opportunities, right? But everywhere it says literally 5 years of experience, but you say hundreds of students are coming outside graduation every year. But how will we bring that 5 year? That's kind of the question.
Maybe this is a question for Westinghouse. You have a whole fleet of young ones ready.
Yeah, I probably should mention this. I was talking about internships, but as a matter of fact, we are offering a contract to those interns after completion of the assignments. And you know, my answer is yes. We have opportunities for nuclear safety engineers, and maybe we are this example that actually we look for a young generation, and we have this, I would say, early career opportunities for nuclear safety. We are very active, and I really recommend to go to our website, and we actually have opportunities. I guess I was talking about Poland quite a lot because really Poland is growing very fast, and we grow our team here. But those opportunities are in other European countries. We have half of our human capital of Westinghouse is actually located in Europe, and we are growing this human capital here.
So if I may just as a comment for the young generation, this is just feedback experience. I'm also participating in different, let's say, forum or discussions like a Nuclear Valley around Lyon, which is trying to build capabilities. So there is not only large companies. You have many smaller companies who are really looking for your profiles. So look at these companies also. The question is, how do we make it happen? So look at the forums that we are organizing here at European level, but also at national level, you have initiatives where regionally you have opportunities, mobility opportunities happen. Definitely smaller companies are looking for profiles, including the young generation. And usually it's more, they are looking at the young ones because they are not formatted already, because the big organizations sometimes tend to be formatting you in a certain way, and you're losing a bit your, let's say, your sense of being maybe critical or whatever. So, yeah, for the young generation, but I agree, and I can answer you maybe for, there is a need to better coordination, so we are all working on this. But if the need is coming from the industry, the big projects, the leading project, you will see it happens. But don't hesitate to also send your CVs, open opportunity. Look, I'm here. I'm a fantastic young person, fully trained, and I'm available. But maybe any comments from dear panelists?
Yes, well, we hire people with less experience also. But of course, we time it depending on the financing round, because we need to have the right seniority and then the right levels. If you have a whole group of only inexperienced people, then the management layer is continuously managing everybody. So there is some kind of hierarchy needed. So you need to hire some experience. Well, no pun intended. Well, maybe yes. There's a critical mass of nuclear knowledge also, and experience is needed in an organization to grow effectively. But we're also explicitly recruiting outside of the nuclear sector. And some of the people that work with us have no nuclear background, and they're doing really, really good. It's much about, do you have the technical background? Do you want to learn something new? Are you eager? And do you have the right mindset and capabilities to pick up a new technology quickly? If we hire those definitely also, and very successfully. So it's definitely not excluded on our side. And I think this is the same for many young companies.
And maybe Liz and Nikitas, you can complement, saying it's not only reactor specialists, neutronics or whatever. Many different fields, all the fields are needed in applications that you are covering. Please,
this is exactly what I wanted to say, Roger. My advice to you, it's not a direct answer to your question, and the direct answer is that yes, in the UK we are hiring new people because we have to, otherwise we won't have enough people to do all the things we want to do. But what I really wanted to say is that if you want to come into this into the nuclear industry or into the kind of wider related industries, the more you do to build your understanding of what's available, the better it will be, the easier it will be, and the more attractive you will be. So, for example, I'm flying the flag for Pianoforte as I'm supposed to. If you want to come to a Pianoforte conference, there's money available. You can see on the website for attending conferences, but also for mutual exchanges between laboratories, networking activities as well. So have a look at the Pianoforte website for that. But there's loads of wider stuff. So I also sit on the International Commission for Radiological Protection, which is the international body that sets the recommendations for the system of radiation protection. And in the last few years, we have started advertising for mentees, and that's across all the different activities. That radiation protection is in everything. There's certainly a need for nuclear expertise, so do again have a look at the ICRP website. As I said earlier, it's all about knowing what's available, but that's a couple of starting points at least there. Thanks.
And maybe Nikitas, you're looking for geologies for different profiles?
No, not only. We're looking for pretty much everything. NAGRA does a lot of exchanges and provides a lot of opportunities for young people. There's a close collaboration with a nuclear engineering master program that is done between ETH and EPFL in Switzerland. There's 3 or 4 people every year from the students that come for internship or their master thesis at NAGRA. We fund PhD students to work on projects for us, so it already creates a close synergy, and you know exactly what NAGRA is looking for. There's also other programs from the Swiss government bringing people, young people, to spend some time as training to companies. We do that. We have hired people through that. So we're not only looking for people with 5 years of experience. We look people straight out of university. But my advice to you would be ignore the requirement for 5 years of experience and apply anyway. Most probably the person hiring wouldn't mind somebody without 5 years of experience, but with something else to provide. So don't let that stop you. Go for it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more to this one, honestly. And I want to add, small advertisement as well. So organizations like Polish Nuclear Society, European Nuclear Society, your national societies, we have some gatherings, we have some, competitions. We have some activities where you can contribute as a volunteer for the very beginning, but this improves your network, right? We have, so ENS has this ENS YGN reporter program, so we need people who will help us create content for like social media or stuff like that. It's not like you need a lot of experience to do this, but this gives you an opportunity to attend the conference, be in the room like that, and talk to people who have something to offer, who look for someone like you. And this is equally as important as, sitting in front of a computer and searching. So do we have other questions from the room?
I think Gertian, you're here. Oh, please. There's a question on the...
So Alex Tatomir, BGE. So from the waste management organization's point of view, Nikitas, you were showing a little bit of a perspective of a worldwide how the URLs are distributed, and there are not so many. And as far as I know, the financing of this type of URLs is depending on the different countries, but at some point, these projects may come to an end. So the question would be, what type of strategy? I think we need some sort of a strategy to address this, because some programs are really early at the stage. They might not even know what the question is in their program. So they may have this kind of a question to answer in 10 years' time. So how do we bridge this? What is the strategy? What is your perspective?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. I think it's a big risk in our field. Exactly these big differences in maturity and progress between various programs. One thing that is really done well, it's collaborative programs like EURAD that actually incorporate more advanced with less advanced programs and allow people to learn from each other, making sure that there's nobody left behind. Because we do want a solution for radioactive waste all over Europe, if not all over the world. So such programs help a lot. Yes, on the other hand, more specifically for URLs, yes, some of them may close, some of them have already closed. If you saw, I think the red stars were the URLs that were already closed, and there were more red stars than yellow stars on the map. But there is a continuation. There were also new URLs being built. There's URLs that will continuously be funded exactly for the goal of collaboration. So I don't really see immediate risk of the world running out of URLs. It's just maybe the important thing is to make sure that there are URLs easily accessible and people with the know-how to operate them and to do the tests necessary to support every national program that needs it. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. I was just reading on the app a question, and I think it's more directed to me than the two panelists. But okay, I will try to answer. This is in relation to the fact, the negotiations have started already to discuss the so-called FP10, Framework Program number 10. So we know that for Euratom, the figures are, let's say, the one there will be an evolution, but we have fission, we have fusion, we have to construct the big infrastructure like ITER. And this leads me to the question that was raised. We know that in the framework of FP10, there will be dedicated money to infrastructures, to large-scale infrastructures, to really have these as machines, providing opportunities for scientists, for research, practical, let's say, activities. The best example we have, for example, is in Europe, CERN. CERN is a huge machine producing knowledge. Fantastic. If you can go, please go. It's a bit deep in the ground, 100 meters, but still, it's not too far. Not as the level of Onkalo in further north. But just to say, the work that we are doing, we are trying to ask for, the possibility to benefit from these other programs. So Euratom is one, but there are many activities, like it is stated in the question. We are talking about science, we are talking about material simulation, high-power computing, let's say capabilities, infrastructures that can benefit the nuclear sector, but other sectors. Nuclear technologies at large are really available, etc. So at the Commission level, we are trying to improve this and to make it available. This is true for, let's say, instruments like the European Innovation Council, trying to promote, these startups who are looking at funding to, to really apply the research and make it, on the market. So we are asking for access to all the instruments, but you know that the European context is always not so easy. So we have some success stories. But I would insist on the fact that when it comes to nuclear, you don't necessarily, and this is true for everything in Europe, you never have 27 member states working all together on everything. It's usually 10, 12, 13, 14. So we should really work on this public-private partnership, not necessarily through the European program, but all these member states who are building infrastructures. And here I would like to mention the Jules Horowitz reactor, this would be an opportunity, or the Palace reactor in the Netherlands, or the Mira, or other large-scale infrastructures, but not only. There are smaller ones. We need nuclear data. There are many, let's say, infrastructures around Europe which are able to produce nuclear data, but then we need to have the framework that allows to do this data evaluation, because it's a bit annoying to go to the IAEA or NEA to see a lot of data are produced, and we don't have the evaluators to then say we can update the libraries for the code. So it's all a question also maybe of what Sander was mentioning. There might be a cultural change that has to happen. We need to be quick and we need to be open and to make it happen within the community that is really pushing for it. So this is true for the young students, but also for the whole community. So I answered the question, I think. Maybe we have another question.
Well, I think that with all the wonderful smells that come from that direction, we can try to wrap up and some of our key takeaways that we touched during this session. So we underlined the need and the importance of the international, transnational access to the infrastructures, and that it's available for not only the experienced researchers, but also for the internships, trainings, doing your master thesis, bachelor thesis probably as well. We managed we discussed how can we leverage the EU platforms and partnerships, and taking into account the projects like Pianoforte, right, or Offer, or EURAD, or Connect NM, how to proceed further, how we can leverage and make the most out of what we already have. We mentioned some challenges, and we were discussing also the solutions that we should try to focus on, rather than complaining about the way we are, because nothing good, well, if we don't do anything, then we stop. If we stop, then we don't make progress. So I would say, let's be optimistic, let's focus on the dialogue not only between the nations, not only between the infrastructures, not only between the counterparties, but across the generations, because in the end of the day, this is something that will move this industry forward. Roger, is there anything that I missed? Because we touched so many topics, so many wonderful discussions and contributions in this session.
No, just to say that one size does not fit all. So we have different, projects, different technologies, the level of maturity is different. Some really need infrastructures today to validate all the innovations, others are longer term. And then I would also mention something that was telling me one of the fathers of Euratom. In Euratom, we have an EU added value, and maybe one can say we are a bit of a wedding agency. So we try to get the younger ones into these infrastructures, to get the training, to get the networking, the opportunities, and there are opportunities. You just need to push for it and to push for your luck, and I think everybody agrees that they are really good experience, and we should be able to share this.
Okay, with that, I would like a round of applause for our wonderful panelists and with my wonderful co-moderator.
So then you can have lunch, and then we will convene for the wrap-up, and then the close. So thank you again for your participation. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we're almost there at the conclusion of the event, because there were more than one single event. I just would like to ask you a little bit more patience with me. I'm waiting for my moderators, and then we will tell you what to expect. Maybe very briefly, I just want to encourage you. Piotr, can you put the QR code again, the slide with the QR code? So if you haven't done it already, there's a QR code there, and we would appreciate it very much if you would provide us with your opinion and feedback on the event. So while you wait for everyone to come, do that. Otherwise, we will have a very short wrap-up session right now with the rapporteurs of the event, who will tell you the key messages and outputs of the sessions we had over the last 3 days. And we would like also to have some time dedicated to the Innovation Prize and the awards. And finally, we will have a very short conclusion so that you are provided with the closing words of this session. We have also some video recordings and everything from the high-level speakers. So we would very much appreciate it if you could wait a little bit more before leaving, and definitely not leave during the coffee break, because we still have some messages for you. Roger, can I please invite you as a moderator now? Because I would. And so the two moderators of this session will be Anna and Roger, and they will provide you with more information about what to expect right now.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again.
See you. You see, even for that, we need to improvise. I know Anna. You know why? Because as a scientist, I thought at some point, okay, dealing with Euratom, talking about all these directives, international framework, IAEA, Convention on Nuclear Safety, Convention of Nuclear Radioactive Waste Management, etc., etc. I didn't have any specific training in nuclear law. So maybe I can take this opportunity to say OECD NEA has a very nice course called INLA, International Nuclear Law. It's a 2-week training taking place in Montpellier, so south of France. You go at the end of August, early September, for 2 weeks. And just to say, okay, it's an opportunity for the young generation, but not only. And it was really a very nice exercise for me as a scientist, and I suppose for Anna. She has, let's say, more a legal profile than myself. That was also very good for all. So, welcome and nice to see you again.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so did you prepare anything? No? Okay.
But I can
so
start.
we are just fully improvising, but don't worry. Well, this is part of the fun, and I would say bring some smiles on everybody's face. So what we are here to do the wrap up of this, conference and the whole week of event. So as you know, we have covered all the different activities in the framework of Euratom. Most of the projects related to Euratom fission, but also more than that. And each session has taken place. There was a dedicated rapporteur. So again, we'd like to thank also all the colleagues and the people who have contributed not only to the sessions, but also to the reporting. And I would like to invite one after the other the 4 main rapporteurs that we will have for the overall conference. And this is what we have to do over the next hour and a half. So let's start by maybe inviting the rapporteurs. Do you have the list? I know them, it's just to...
Wait a minute. I do have the list.
I hope you're not shocked that we organized everything, but not 100%.
I need to take the phone.
She needs to take the phone, so I will move forward. So I think that the thing to do is maybe to invite the rapporteurs here for the wrap-up. So we will start with the first one, a colleague and a friend that I really appreciate. He's retired now, but you can see he's in good shape. And
Since I left.
Since he left, I think he got younger, so something happened. So please, Said, come here. Maybe just also we invite all the different rapporteurs. So Lisa also, Lisa Eikinemo. Also,
Marius, please join us on the stage. And Daniela, finally, the fourth.
Daniela Diaconu, also from Romania.
Yes. Thank you very much for the four of us. We are, please on the front. Yes. They are going to give us their brief insight from themselves and all the rapporteurs that have been present in all of the sessions that you have already attended. They are going to give a brief intake on what have been the main points, conclusions, and interests that have been arising through this conference. And it's not going to be long, it's going to be interesting. Please do not hesitate to ask if you have any question. And as I've said before, after the coffee break is going to be the official closing. Please come back. It's not going to be long. It's only going to be about half an hour. And we highly encourage all of you to attend this additional activity. Thank you very much. And I think we can start.
Yeah, I would say, despite the lack of organization, as you see, I quite like it also. They are really there to bring us, the key messages that were delivered throughout the different sessions, the recommendations. Again, everything has been shared as much as we could through the app, digitally, and they are here to bring some key messages for the Euratom research program, but also overall for the community. And as we said, let's try to capitalize everything we have done and what we should do for the future. So Said, dear colleague, dear friend, cher ami, the floor is yours. You can decide if you need to sit, but I think you are still fit.
You can stand up or sit, as you prefer.
I need my slides. I need the slides.
You need the slide.
Yeah.
It's ready normally.
Yeah.
If Saif has sent the slide, do you have the slide from Saif on the wrap-up? Not yet.
Not yet. I need my slides.
Okay. Just can you wait a minute? Because Saif is compiling all the different slides, and I know that he had the problems, The IT sometimes is not fully compatible, so I think he was struggling in getting everything together.
Yeah, because it's really almost four sessions,
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if I start with the Nuclear Innovation Prize, just to bring a bit of reorganization. Can anybody tell me if Saif has the capability to send the slides, otherwise we just switch to the Nuclear Innovation Prize, which is ready, which I made just 2 minutes before the send. So, 2 minutes. He's compiling or he has compiled? This is a problem of digital. If you see it at home, if there's no Wi-Fi, if there's a crisis. You live it every day. Here the Wi-Fi is working, it's just the manpower is... I could say many things, but I don't want to just... So, no, not yet? So maybe... So, yeah, do you need to do an introduction or you just need your slide to do the summary? It's better to have the slides.
Why? Because otherwise we will mix
Yeah.
messages from the different sessions. You see, because we have 3 technical sessions, 1 plenary, and we don't know which message belongs to.
So,
one. It's better to have. Then
would you be offended? No, because I try to find a solution. So, for me, it will take 10 minutes, maybe. The Nuclear Innovation Prize and the award. So, for this, we give a bit of, animations here while Saif is trying to send everything. So you saw that Saif is well trained, but one person is not necessarily enough. We need maybe 2 Saif to be okay. So if you agree, we'll start with the Nuclear Innovation Prize. I call the people who are here. Then we just do this, and then we'll come back to the session. You can stay here. I think it's okay. We will just try to invite the nuclear. If you agree, Said, it's okay. Okay, so we will do the Innovation Prize. So you will put it on the screen. So let me take the opportunity to say that In parallel to the organization of the Euratom conferences and the SNETP forum, we have organized 2 different actions, and one of them is called Nuclear Innovation Prize. So, as you know, before inviting the winners here, we have organized this. It was an open call where we were calling the different, let's say, researchers, be it on an individual basis or as a research organization, or maybe a private entity, to compete for a prize. And then, according to criteria that we had predefined, we are looking at prizes in the framework of radioactive waste management, in the framework of the reactor systems, and also in the framework of radiation protection. All this has been a parallel call, organized fully as a normal call, with the use of dedicated experts, and we have done a selection of these. We have received 20 proposals, and then we will be awarding 7 prizes. So again, thank you for all the participants to be here. And then I would say, I would call the ones that are here, because some of you have already left. So let's start with the Nuclear Innovation Prize. So I would say, I would like to have it. Can you just go to the next slide, please? Or maybe I can do it myself. Okay. So these are the winners of the Nuclear Innovation Prize. And I would like to start with the reactor system category. And I would like to announce that the 3rd prize in the safety of the reactor system was, or is awarded to Dr. Mate Siebert from BME, from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics in Hungary. So please, can you give your applause for that? I don't know if he or she is here. Yes, please come. Now I'm wondering where are the diplomas, so we'll have to find the diplomas. So please introduce yourself if you want, and then maybe you have 1 or 2 slides to share, just to present what you have achieved. So, okay, they are available just after the list. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mate Siebert from Budapest University of Technology Economics, and I really need to emphasize that its application was in a consortium with the Chalmers University and Imre Pázsit, Professor Imre Pázsit, who is were very influential in this development. So this is about the continuous signal-based neutron noise and multiplicity measurements. It's about neutron, so-called neutron fluctuation measurements, so which measures the stochastic nature of the nuclear chain reaction. Most importantly, we use it in neutron multiplicity counting for safeguards measurement to obtain fissile mass from doubles and triples rate, and neutron noise methods like Rossi alpha, Feynman alpha to measure reactivity, dynamic parameters of reactors, and etc. These methods are traditionally done with pulse counting, so that you discriminate pulses from the continuous signal of the detectors, and you can do the evaluation based on these pulses. But obviously, if you have too much pulses, these overlaps, and you obtain a continuous signal from which you cannot discriminate anymore the pulses. So our development is to be able to use these methods even in this range where you already has this continuous signal of the detectors. A new method, they require the development of a theory, a data acquisition and evaluation methods, and this innovation opens new opportunities for the application of these neutron fluctuation methods for nuclear safeguards and safety. So in the next slide, please, thanks. Just show that we did proof of concept measurements, both in cooperation with Japanese colleagues at the KUKA, Kyoto University Critical Assembly, and in our training reactor at the Budapest University Technology and Economics. We observed good agreement with the traditional pulse counting methodology, comparing it in a range where both methods works, but we went to higher power levels to prove that our method is applicable at a high count rate environment, and from this respect, it was a world first measurement to obtain multiplicity counting and neutron noise measurements from at such high count rate levels. We further we did simulations to further prove that the technology would be capable to be used and even higher power levels or higher count rates, for which the development is still ongoing in the data acquisition systems. In the practical applications, we see opportunities to do in this way neutron multiplicity counting for irradiated fuel assemblies freshly after removed from the core, so with high activity, or do reactivity measurements in subcritical configurations like doing refueling in a reactor, or it can be important in the development of accelerator-driven systems. And the more accurate measurements means that we can also have better understanding of the reactor dynamics, and these measurements can be used for validation of reactor dynamic codes. And finally, I'd like to suggest that still in the last coffee break, you have a chance to visit our poster, and if you have any other questions that I'm happy to answer you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebet. I just need to ask somebody to get the diploma so we can make the picture after. Maybe, I don't know, somebody can check with Thomas or Agnieszka. We will give them some present later. Thank you. So, yeah, we don't have enough room, so you come back in a few minutes. Well, it's okay, it's part of the improvisation. It's one of the quality you need in nuclear also. So I would like to call for the second person, if she is here, but I think it's not the case. It was, so I can mention it. The second prize goes to Dr. Arnaldo Laborda from the ASVAD company in Spain. But we met him yesterday, and I think he left already. So we will just go to the first prize, and then you will have some information available on the app, etc. Let's go to the first prize. I know that he is here. He's a very good guy, excellent researcher, excellent expert, and a friend also, I would say also. And I would like to call Dr. Ahmed Bentahib from ASNR in France to win the first prize in the field of reactor systems. So, I suppose I have to go up. And yours is this one, no?
Okay. Thank you, Roger, for this nice introduction. Good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for the organizer that give us the opportunity to present the work that we, the COMOS system, monitoring system that we developed in the framework of a Metigen project that was funded by the French nuclear agency, the French INR research agency. And the starting point was the Fukushima Daiichi explosions, where we have not only hydrogen explosion, but also carbon monoxide. And these hydrogen and these combustible gases, I mean hydrogen and carbon monoxide, can be produced during several accidents. And you can see that thank you. So during the several accidents, the hydrogen may be produced by the oxidation of metal inside the reactor vessel, pressure vessel, and this hydrogen will be released inside the containment. And later on, if there is nothing done, this core melt will also lead to rupture of this reactor pressure vessel, and will interact with the concrete in the lower parts of the containment, producing carbon monoxide. And at the end of this, we will have atmosphere composed of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and steam. So when having an information on the gas composition may help the reactor operator to make the right decision to avoid any any bad action that may make the situation worse. This is the objective of COMOS, is to provide an effective gas monitoring system to support the decision-making and also to improve the severe accident management guidelines. So the concept we followed after having a survey of the existing technology is to develop a Raman spectrometry for in situ gas monitoring system that cover not only the phase where we have only hydrogen production, but also the late phase where we have hydrogen and carbon monoxide. And we'll be able to measure six gas in simultaneously. And this is what we did. We developed this sensor with the objective to look what are the right number and the best location for this sensor inside the containment. And once we have this, we will get the measurement, and postulating the measurement will help us to have an idea what are the risk, what are the size of combustible gas, and if there is a possibility of having flame acceleration or detonation phenomena. And within, we can have an idea or what are the quantity of hydrogen and carbon monoxide released inside the containment. We'll have also an eye on how these combustible gas are distributed inside the containment, and also other information, namely if the recombiners used to reduce the hydrogen and carbon monoxide content inside containment are working well or not. So as we are dealing with severe accidents, which means that we are in harsh conditions with high radiation, we developed this system, and we follow this standard, the French RCCA standard. With, you can see here the condition we qualified the sensor we developed, and the main issue we were facing is regarding the effect of radiations. Because when we deal with the optical diagnostics, having high radiation dose lead to Cherenkov effect, which make difficult the measurement even impossible. And all the innovative aspects of our system lay in the way how to overcome this difficulty. And here you have the list of the facility we used to achieve this qualification process. So we were able to produce this prototype, and we used a kind of machine learning to optimize the numbers and also the optimal location of the sensor. And we came to the conclusion that within 9 to 11 sensors inside the containment, we were able to predict quite well. You can see here the information used only based on the sensor, and here the CFD simulation, and we are able to predict quite reasonably well the hydrogen distribution or the gas composition inside the containment during the accident. So this prototype had been filled by a patent belonged to CEA and ISNR, and this prototype has a TRL between 5 to 6. Just one word to acknowledge my co-authors. This is the tradition, and my colleague here, Sylvain Main, who did the work, and also the funding from the INR and from the two French companies, EDF and Air Liquide. And you have here the list of the members of the consortium. And of course, if you are interested, I will be more than happy to answer your questions during the coffee break. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamed. Thank you. We will give the awards after, I think just before the coffee break, making a picture, etc., because the experts will be waiting otherwise too much. But we continue with this, let's say, awards. We try to be a bit more efficient and rapid, if I can say. So now we switch, or we go to the radioactive waste management area. I don't know if all the different, let's say, winners will be here. So I'll come back to top. Okay. So radioactive waste management, we have awarded 3 prizes, and then I think I will call the 3 guys at the same time, so we will be more efficient. The third prize is won by Dr. Riccardo Cebac from Graphicor in Italy. So I don't know if he's here, but if you're here, please come. The second one is Dr. Ladislav Vargocic from the Technical University of Kozice. If you're here, please come to the stage. And then the first prize goes to Virginie Solans from the Uppsala University. If you can come, please. And let's try to do a tir groupé, like we say in French. Do it together. Please, a round of applause. To the 3 winners. There's a number 1, number 2, number 3, like all the time. And if you have a few slides, yes, you have. Try to be efficient and quick, and tell me which one it is.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go.
No. Definitely not me.
No, this is number 1, number 2.
No.
No?
No.
Did I miss the...
I sent it.
You did it? Okay. Sorry, so here is another improvisation. I missed the slide somewhere. Okay, so you can talk about it, and then we will see.
Sure. So yeah, thank you everybody. I'm Riccardo Cebac from Graphicor. This is a new startup. We're 7 months old actually, and the project came from the PhD that I was in, part of the InnoForGraph project, Horizon 2020. I had some cool videos, but it's the second time in 1 month where the videos don't work, so maybe it's unlucky. But we basically have developed a new system for graphite retrieval based on a patented vacuum system. Very briefly, what we managed to do was basically we were capable of lifting, compared to traditional vacuum systems, 17 times more graphite. We are currently at TRL 7 verified. What we managed to do was basically we guaranteed the safe lifting and retrieval of graphite bricks, even broken graphite bricks, completely cracked, damaged, oxidized. Quite a nice system. Currently, what we are at is this year we're trying to commercialize, trying to do the first demonstrators. Hopefully, by the end of this year, we will actually test it in a real reactor plant. And for the foreseeable future, now we're looking at demonstrators, POCs, and even more importantly, we are looking at various feasibility studies on how this technology can be applied on the decommissioning of graphite-moderated reactors, which will be quite a challenge in the next 50 years or so. Thank you.
Ladislav, do you no, ladies first, please. Okay. Do you have the slides? Yes. Did I miss the slides?
No, I saw.
Tell me which one. This one?
Yeah, it's the modern approach.
So I had the slides.
Yes. So hello, everyone. My name is Virginie Solans. I used to work at Uppsala University, and I was doing my PhD in collaboration with SKB. Right now I'm working at Nagra, but this is what I did in Sweden. So it's the Moderna project that is aiming at predicting decay heat using experimental measurements. Why are we interested in that? Decay heat is a very important parameter in nuclear waste management for direct disposal, because decay heat is usually the limiting factor in canister loading optimization. So decay heat is the heat that is passively emitted from the spent fuels. And so it's limiting the number of, or how hot the spent fuels that you can place into the canisters. And this is quite important because SKB has estimated that a reduction of 1% on the uncertainty of decay heat has an impact of 1% on the number of canisters that you need. So it's not only on the cost of the canisters, but also on the amount of tunnels or materials that you need to remove, and also, so therefore, the resources that you are using, so sustainability. And so how can we improve that? So decay heat is normally calculated with depletion codes. So it's the codes that are trying to simulate how the spent fuels or the fuel assemblies inside the reactor core has evolved, and therefore what is the isotopic composition once they are out of the reactor, and therefore also the decay heat. But if we want to improve that, maybe we want to have access to experimental measurements, and the usual way to, or the most straightforward ways to measure decay heat is with a calorimeter. So you're putting the fuel assemblies in a body of water, and then you're measuring the increase in the temperature of the water. However, this method is usually quite long. It only takes around 1 day per fuel assemblies to measure the decay heat. For international safeguards regulation, you need some kind of measurements. You need to measure every single fuel assemblies that you put in the geological repository. So doing 1 day measurement on every single fuel assemblies is just not possible. And also it will not fulfill safeguards regulation. So what is done for safeguards regulation in Sweden and Finland is to measure every fuel assemblies with gamma and neutron measurements. So the idea was to combine these experimental measurements that we need to do anyway to also use it for other things that we are interested in, such as the decay heat. And so the idea was to build this robust model that is able to predict decay heat from these gamma and neutron measurements. And what the focus was also on the physics part, to understand what is really the link between these two quantities, to have something that we know is robust, and also what are the impact of the uncertainty. If you have higher uncertainty on something, how it is impacting the decay heat uncertainty, but also if you have a little bit more money to improve your measurements device, how it is going to impact your final results. And so this method has been tested on real spent fuel assemblies. So it has been tested on real gamma, neutron, and calorimetric measurements. And the idea was also to find a model and some quantities that are measurable, that are easily measurable, so that it can be done in any country that has wet storage. So I would like to thank my team. So it's Henrik Röstrand, Sophie Grappe, and Erik Branger, but also SKB, so in particular Fredrik Johansson and Anders Roland. You probably know Anders Roland. He was very active in this waste community, and he passed away 2 weeks ago. He was work package leader, so he was executive secretary at SKB, and he was also used to be director of the ASPO laboratory in Sweden, and he was also work package leader of the spent fuel characterization workshop in EURAD1. And what I would like to quickly talk about and how it's impacted my life. So Anders was, who could have been a very distant supervisor in my project, but he was really the opposite. He was really active, and he helped me a lot from the data collection to the financial aspect of my project. So he really cleared the path for me, and he really helped me a lot. He helped me to take a step back from the technical work and to see what the industry as a whole, what we wanted to do, and what was our targets. And it is usually very difficult as a PhD student to take this step back. So I'm very thankful for Anders, and he really changed my career path a lot. So this award is for you, Anders.
Thank you very much, Virginie, for sharing this. We have to go through to the next one. Dr. Ladislav, if you can be quick and efficient.
Yes.
I suppose these are your slides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ladislav Vargovčík. I'm working in a technical university in Košice, Slovakia. We participated in tender organized by VUE Trnava in Slovakia, dealing with fragmentation or processing of steam generators, each generator 160 tons, 12 pieces, and there were quite strict conditions. That's why we were winner of this tender, that we in the past made and developed several different equipment for nuclear power plant for decommissioning, decontamination, cleaning, and cutting, whatever. On the right down, you can see the transfer and positioning equipment for CERN in Geneva. So we started according to quite strict conditions from side of customer. Here is our equipment and spaces, what we have like basic condition for successful project. We utilized the advantage of university that we had in our team mixture of specialists from all these areas like machining, fragmentation, tooling, also robotics, microelectronics, some higher intelligence of robotics, and using more than 20 such a specialists from university, we were able to reach all these conditions. First was a limit of time, that was 3 months for finishing one steam generator. At the end, we were able to finish it in 45 days. And in case of using 2 manipulators, it was 37 days, so quite successful. On this picture slide, you can see the first equipment, which was the special manipulator. Normally, the procedure or methodology is that roboticists are buying some tool or tooling specialists are buying robots, but it cannot work 100%. So we analyzed all processes and we utilized specialists from robotics side, also from technology tooling side. And the result was for cutting of internal pipes, the special manipulator with a high-speed saw. You can go to the previous one. And also for, there was used control or fully robotic or telemanipulation or control against the particular axis. And we reached quite high parameters. There were a possibility to go with 200 millimeters per minute in 4 rows or 5 rows of pipes, which was a very productive procedure. Next slide, please. Here, there is a system of orbital casing cutting system using 2 cutting modules with a milling cutting disc, which was very productive and able to cut 1.8 millimeter per minute on thickness 75 millimeters, 90 millimeters per minute, thickness 140. Here it was used, I can say, higher level of intelligence, optimizing in time of the process parameters to get the maximum productivity and also to take into account technical life of tooling, which was a really optimal technology. And that's why we called it Stargate as a technology. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So if I may, I will call you at the end of the session. We will make a group picture. I will give you the diploma. Just to say also, they have had also some funding, little but still relevant. First prize 50K, second prize 30K, third prize 20K, so 20,000 euros, still relevant. Now I would like to call the only prize we have for radiation protection. I don't know if the person is here, but I will nominate and mention. This is Dr. Charlotte Camilleri from EasyMap in the field of radiation protection, coming from France. I think you have some slides, and this round of applause to her. Just to say, it was really, we were hoping for 3 prizes, but even there, when you open the call, sometimes one way or the other, we don't manage to get more. So just to come back on the legal aspects, we said, okay, let's try to give more prizes in another area. But our legal colleague said, no. So where we are just, let's say, having only one single prize for this area, which is delivered to Mrs. Charlotte Camille. Please. Slides.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. So I'm not a doctor, sorry. I am Charlotte Camille, EasyMap CFO. We would like to thank you for the award, and it is a true acknowledgement for our work on our last innovation. So you could...
Next.
Thanks. EasyMap is a radiological sensors and robots manufacturer addressing the nuclear industry and CBRN defense markets.
Hello, I'm Aurélien Ballier. I am EasyMap founder and CEO. I will talk to you about our innovation, which has been awarded today, the SAFER. What we achieved is we designed an ultra-low power dose rate sensor, which address two main markets. The first one is the nuclear industry, as it could help to do the ambient dosimetry using active sensors, and also it helps for hotspot recurrent measurement. Just go back.
Back.
No, that's the last slide. You can just too quick. Another market is homeland security, as it could create a network sensor in order to preserve population in case of CBRN, terrorist attack, or nuclear blast. Finally, what are the operational advantages of our innovation? The first one, and the major one, is that it could do continuous dose rate measurement for 5 to 10 years on a single charge. So it can be deployed once and serve for many years. Also, it's a wireless sensor, so it can help to do a live monitoring of nuclear facilities, but also public spaces. And it has also GNSS embedded, so it does temporal and spatial localization of the alert. Also, last point, it's really simple and fast to deploy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of So if you agree, just an extra 2 minutes for this. We will make the pictures after. We had the Nuclear Innovation Prize, dedicated process in parallel. They were able to come here, they were able to publish a peer-reviewed paper in a special edition. They had a poster, I suppose some of you discussed with them. We did a similar exercise, an open call for the conferences, where many students get co-funding. I think we will be co-funding 65, 70 young ones coming here overall. And we are giving also awards for this young generation where they had to submit an abstract, they had to submit a poster, they had to be here to defend it, to discuss, an opportunity for them to network, and they have the opportunity also to publish a peer-reviewed paper if they wish to do so. So I will just show you the list of the winners. I suppose some of you will not be here. We show the list and then we go to the session with the experts before Said gets nervous. So I just want to show you the list, which was made. Okay. So for the list, you have here all the winners. So I will just read them quickly, if you agree, unless you don't want to. But I've explained the whole process. I think the good thing is for the young generation to be able to come here, an opportunity to network. So the posters, the first one, well, they are not in logical orders. It's just a question of listing them. So it was Dragan, then I don't know how to say it, Jik, for his experimental study on the impact of self-sealing on the water and gas permeability of fractures in Carvalho, Oxfordian claystone. So you look at the abstract, there is a poster. Some of you can probably ask for more questions if needed. All the references are there. The second one was, and still is, Anna Sears for the direct immobilization of liquid organic radioactive waste surrogate in geopolymer matrix. The third one is Eric Nayu for the transposition studies with a hybrid experimental database combining zero-power reactors and PWR measurements. Then Francesco Galluccio for his poster concerning irresolved process and inventive solution to address the predisposal of spent fuel ion exchange resins. Then Dr. maybe not yet, but Gabriele Magugliani for direct immobilization of real radioactive liquid waste in novel geopolymers. And this is in relation to the PREDIS project that was, I think, very successful in the framework of Euratom. Then Luca Ferrante Vero for ETERE, a portable radioactive aerosol monitor capable of fast alarm response and quantitative spectrometric analysis of artificial alpha emitters. Then I would like to mention also Eya Abed for the development of an analytical protocol for the determination of difficult to measure radionuclides in stills. Then Osgur Lieri for innovative matrix for radioactive waste conditioning, geopolymers and diatomaceous earth. I must say I don't use this term every day, so apologies for the spelling. Then the last two, so Dilmorod Twimurodov for his neutronic analysis of accident-tolerant fuels concepts in spectral shift regulation condition. And then finally, Shabub Yassin for the efficient prediction of ductile factor in ferritic stills using artificial neural networks. So again, a big round of applause for all these winners for being with us and having... So now, having done this short improvisation, which is recorded, which is not good for me, but okay, let's go to the experts' analysis. So I suppose now the slides are available, and maybe say if you can take over. I've done too much work today already.
I can take over. You want me to take over? I'll take over. Okay.
Please.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry about this because I actually put him on the spot. I told him, go now, innovation person. And he had to improvise. But so here is a small suggestion. We're behind schedule. The rapporteurs will not have enough time to do it properly, and I'd rather they did it properly. Let's shorten the break, the coffee break. We will have a 15-minute break to stretch our arms, our legs, and then we come back fast so that we can conclude and so that everyone can get home finally. So I would like Anna, maybe, you to go to the micro with us, and we will introduce in role the rapporteurs that are standing with us, that have done a great job summarizing the conclusions of all of these sessions, the 16 sessions we had over the past days. So I would like first to start with Saïd Aboussal, who will summarize the entire block 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. And then, very briefly, I'm really sorry I don't have your bio, Saïd, so I will please ask you, Saïd and Marius, to introduce yourself when you speak up, because I don't have the bios with me, and I'm pretty sure that Roger would have done it much better than me for this time. Yeah, it's okay. So, Saïd, please, you can take the stage. Yeah.
I can do it for him.
And then we can,
I can do it for him.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize for my pronunciation of proper names, but keep going with me because I haven't had time to practice. Saïd is a distinguished nuclear expert with a long-standing career in the European research and policy. He served as head of the Euratom Coordination Unit at the European Commission's Joint Research Center, where he led major nuclear R&D initiatives. Currently a partner at Nuc Advisor, he also contributes to the NGO We Care, advocating for a science-based, balanced approach to nuclear energy with the broader context of the energy transition. His work bridges technical expertise, public engagement, and strategic policy making. Would you like to give your intel, or would you prefer me to present all the speakers and then we do the rapporteur?
I think let's do it that way. Let's start with Saïd and then we introduce the other ones. It's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Professor Mariusz Dabrowski leads the Division of Nuclear Energy Environmental Analysis at Poland's National Center for Nuclear Research. A key contributor to the country's nuclear energy program, he served on governmental advisor bodies working on nuclear site selection and public perception. He led the Gospodarstech HTR, High Temperature Reactor Project, and launched a PhD program on advanced reactor concepts, which has already trained a new generation of high-temperature gas reactor and DFR specialists. His team recently completed the basic design and preliminary safety analysis for the Polar Research Reactor, positioned in Poland and the forefront of the next generation nuclear innovation. Also, as Vice President of WIN Spain, I'm quite proud to present these two fantastic women that we are going to talk about now. Lisa Heimo, sorry for the pronunciation, is leading Finnish nuclear expert with extensive experience in material science and nuclear energy policy. She served as Deputy Director General at Finland's Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment, overseeing nuclear licensing and waste management. Previously, she led energy material research at VTT Technical Research Center. She played a key role in the development of the world's first deep geological repository at Olkiluoto, and her leadership is widely recognized across European nuclear institutions. Last but not least, I would like to present you Daniela Diaconu from Romania. She is the director of RATEN ICN, Romania's main nuclear research institute. With a strong scientific background, she has led major progress on nuclear safety, innovation, and international cooperation. She coordinated EcoSense, a European project addressing societal aspects of nuclear energy, and under her leadership, RATEN has partnered with global players like Lightbridge to explore advanced nuclear fuel options. She is a prominent voice in the advancing Romanian nuclear research and development capabilities, and we cannot wait to hear what these four experts have to tell about all these sessions that we have had this event. Please,
thank you. Perfect. Yeah.
So good afternoon, and it will be very short, my presentation, since you will get the detailed report from later on, and each session we have one rapporteur, and for each session there is one dedicated report. So the highlight for the plenary session 1, it's about achieving net zero emission by 2050. In general, and I think this we should repeat it, because it's not always that we are in positive nuclear energy context. Things changed a lot within the last 4 years. 4 years ago, the situation was completely different. And really today we are in very better situation. We have to recognize it. It's not 100% okay, but we are really in good move. Starting by the COP28, where for the first time nuclear has been mentioned in the declaration. Huge demand for electricity. The news. It's bad news, probably, for Spain, for the blackouts, but for the nuclear, it shows that the high level of penetration of intermittent energy in the grid, it's really posing a problem without having dispatchable energy like nuclear. Geopolitical context also helped a lot with Ukraine war situation, and you see in the slides. And back to the EU, things, as I said before, they changed a lot the last 3-4 years, especially when the Commission decided to put nuclear energy in the delegated act on the taxonomy regulation. This was really an important event, because from this event, many other policy on energy for the Union will be developed on. You have seen now that with the Net Zero Act, the Clean Industrial Act, nuclear is mentioned in the EU Innovation Fund. For the first time, 2025, nuclear is in the European Innovation Council also now, is taking into account with the STEP initiative also some nuclear. And there are also other policy documents, they are coming. The SC communication on SMRs, the new commission with the new commissioner, they promise that there will be communication on SMR. We are waiting for this. And also the PINC, the program illustrative on nuclear energy inside the EU community. We are waiting for this document. So more policy documents at EU level where nuclear is mentioned, it will be very important for us. World Bank also at international level. Next week, apparently, the World Bank will take decision to support nuclear energy. And the last, not the least, is this increasing public support we have seen due to all the elements I mentioned here, the geopolitical context mainly. So it's fine, but now how to get now in this 2050 zero emission? I think all the stakeholders, each one has to take his part to make it for 2050. The EU policy and instrument should continue to be developed based on neutral technology principle, and this apparently what the new Commission decided to do with the instruments and the communication I mentioned before. State energy policy also at state level need to provide stability for the investors and give guidance on the pathway. Business also need to get there, especially to deliver projects on time and on budget. Issue of supply chain. 2 months ago in March, we are happy to see that the European Business Alliance has been launched in Paris, and I think the supply chain was the core of this new alliance. Regulators need also to play their role. To accelerate the process, to save costs. Harmonizing European safety regulation is also an issue. We had the example on the pre-licensing of a new award between France and Netherlands and other countries. And also the example of Rolls-Royce SMR and BWRX between Czech, UK and Czech and Canada. Waste management, learning from POSIVA for the Deep Geological Repository, and also assessing new waste streams that will come from the SMR and especially from the AMR if we are moving to another fuel cycle. Fuel manufacturing, it's also important, especially if we talk about the security of supply in Europe. Planning for production of fuel for SMR and AMR is not something that can be done on 1 or 2 or 5 years. It takes really time, so it's important to be planned early. EU cooperation platforms, the SMR Alliance, SNETP, GDTP, and so on. Shared European research infrastructure from test equipment and computational platforms. This also was mentioned as an important element. And Euratom research and training program. We have really to repeat it many times. This is the unique, so far the unique nuclear instrument we have at European level. It's very small. It's 2% of the budget of the research, of the community. It's 0.1% from the total budget of the European Union. It's really nothing, and it's playing an important role. You have seen the impact. It's huge, and we need really to continue to support this program and to do all what we can, everyone, to get it not only to have it for the next time, but also to, if possible, to increase its budget. International cooperation was also mentioned. Transparency and public acceptance, dialogue with local communities, tailored interaction with different local. So this was about this opening first session. So all the elements here.
I'm really sorry, and my apologies for the interruption, but we need to conclude in 1 minute, because if not, we are not going to have enough time for the rest rapporteurs.
Thank you. I was about to say exactly. I'm really sorry to say it, because I promised you 20 minutes, but it became 10 minutes. So, and you're already past 6 minutes.
How much time?
You still have
if it's 1 minute, I will stop here.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute per session. Come on.
Okay. So just, I still have normally three technical sessions to present. So just the first one, the first technical session is about the preserving safety, the European assets, pioneering advice for safe horizon. Here you will see that the main messages were about the alliance of the SMR alliance, and we need to get some clear deliverable from the alliance, because the work of the alliance will be at the center of the Commission communication on SMR. They need really to deliver on time. And okay, you can see all the messages here. It will be difficult to go into the details. We have also very interesting session on nuclear new build, where some companies presented their plan for the construction of some nuclear power plant in Europe. We had the case of France, we had the case also of Poland, and we have also a representative from Westinghouse that give good presentation on what are the challenges when we decide to build new nuclear power plants. So you see that some elements on that they are looking on some important element like modularization, especially now with the fact that renewable energy are more and more also part of the mix. They are looking to standardize components in order to accelerate the time for construction. Public acceptance is everywhere. And the last session was on empowering future generation and engaging with. No. So I stop here. I think it's. Okay, thank you. Sorry, but we need a lot of time to do the summary of that.
Very quickly, before Lisa, you can go to the mic anyway, but very quickly, before I give the floor to Lisa, in 30 seconds, please indulge us, because we prepared the slides during the lunch break. It was very tight timing, and there will be a final version of the slides uploaded on the app, on the website, and more importantly, there will be reports from all of the rapporteurs of these sessions that will be drafted in one single deliverable, and that would be the outcome of the event. So that will be communicated with all of the participants at some point, but this is only a teaser so that everyone goes home with the key messages of what happened over the past days. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Okay.
And I have no idea what's happening with the slides, but so, Piotr, do you want me to come? Okay.
Okay, but this one is not familiar for me. No. I'm the second. It was the plenary session 2 for me.
Maybe we can go backwards. Yeah, if not, he can.
Okay, we can change it. Okay.
Over here. Do you want the mic?
But sometimes it's not according to the plan. So we're supposed to be, if the slides are not coming, I would suggest to switch the experts while the... Lisa, sorry, I'm really...
Yeah, it's easier to...
So if we have the slides for Marius or Daniela, then we go through Marius and Daniela. The messages will be, there's no problem. I'm sure you will be able to integrate the fact that the messages from session 3 will be, okay. Yes, please, Marius, try to be...
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to make it brief, just giving you some keywords. Communicating the public, this was one of the topic of the session 3, the main session. So we should, first of all, yes, as you see here, communicate in a positive aspects of nuclear. For example, it was said over the many sessions, nuclear medicine, climate protection. If in negative cases, this is also my experience with the local communities, one should be somehow, one should handle with the psychological aspects of the fear of nuclear, taking into account the idea of voluntary and involuntary risk. If the people think of nuclear, it's just involuntary risk. If they get into the car, it's voluntary risk because cars also have accidents. Next, making nuclear attractive to best young talents. Ooh. Very hard topic, and it was all the time mentioned. But to be brief, you will have this. What I heard from the number of sessions which I attended and from other conferences, nowadays we have thousands of them in Poland due to presidency, make NPP to be deployed. Because as yesterday it was said during section, last 25 years only 6 units were built in EU. So surely taking, passing the message to the young generation, okay, in 10, 20 years we will build the nuclear power plant, I'm not sure it's convincing. Nuclear skills to be transmitted to younger generations. I am an example of a guy who is in between the two generations, and even I had a skill to train the young people against the old people in Poland who actually were left after abandoned Polish nuclear power plant construction in early 90s. As it was said yesterday, for example, a Korean colleague mentioned, we need some direct interaction on the job training, which is trainee-apprentice relation, student-teacher, student-professor, something like this. Also, perhaps one should invest and train in advance, because still we have some plans to deploy, but I'm not sure it will be quick. So we need some bridge financing, bridge training. benefiting from European networking, yes, we should strengthen the skills within Europe, because Asia and US are simply going very quickly, and we should have some synergy between ourselves within Europe, but this requires also security of, of the budget for all this. Some smaller sessions which were mentioned, I think there were a lot, okay? So I cannot really, I have no time. Unfair, because I was supposed to be 15 minutes or 20, but yeah, I can cope. Sustainable development goals, we need more involvement of social, economic and environmental parts into these goals. And in particular, in phasing out the coal from our energy mix. And in particular, Poland is an example where we have to do it, and which means that we should repurpose of existing jobs into hopefully nuclear. We have an idea of a C2N, coal to nuclear program in this country. Okay, medical uses, as I said, it's very important in the public, in the dissemination of about nuclear to the public. So this is very important. I personally can say that I convinced some local community saying, okay, you were treated, was somebody from your family treated by radiotherapy? They said yes, and then realized that nuclear is also positive role. Climate justice, as you see, okay, I cannot maybe say everything, but you see some important messages highlighted. And then these societal issues I found quite important, that there is a lot of misinformation or disinformation, or also societal polarization. I was not attending this specific session, but I understand, for example, that they are pro and anti-nuclear and they just shout at each other and don't even discuss. It's in particular, it's very often used to happen, at least in Germany, as far as I know. So this is a thing. And then this sub-session 3.2, cooperation to attract and retain skills and competences. As I said already, it was mentioned, but we need simply to look at the new generations of reactors, 3+, SMR, which are mainly light water, and AMR generation 4. So we need to train for these skills in these new technologies. So one need to isolate which skills are needed and, okay, make some data collection. And of course, bridge the gaps between supply and demand for academic and professional training. So international collaboration is also very important within Europe, but uniting also industry, universities and research institutions towards the task. Okay, attractiveness of nuclear sector to younger generations. So here, the proposal which was mentioned during a couple of sessions, because I was wandering around, start educating already at the age at least 15, 16, to encourage them to enter. Increase the share of social sciences and humanities, they are very afraid of this. Okay, artificial intelligence is the tool which is very often mentioned. And the last but not least session, okay, 1 minute, okay. I am a professor also teaching students, so I can do. Key takeaway recommendations from the last one. Okay, there were a lot of discussions about the small projects. Small, you will see what I mean by small is simply small infrastructure projects, but we also need the big infrastructure projects, which are kind of which are research reactors, demos, which are necessary to be somehow deployed in order to have really the market of jobs. These money are very hard to achieve on the European level. And what people emphasized during the session, which this session I attended personally, leaders are important. Consultancy companies to prepare projects are not necessarily good because projects look fancy but sometimes are empty. And yes, it's important to attract young people to the projects, but one should tell them that they will be doing something very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maros. And hopefully now I have your slides, Lisa. But normally they're being uploaded right now, so yeah. The floor is yours, Lisa. Yeah.
Thank you, Seth. So, good afternoon. On my behalf, I will report on the plenary session 2, enables for innovative nuclear, strengthening the EU strategy, competitiveness and autonomy. And we had a nice panel for the plenary session. And we concentrated on drivers and enabling factors for the nuclear to come. I need to look my own slides because of the font size. Sorry. So first two factors were like the drivers for the nuclear of today and future. First is the need of resilient low-carbon energy supply. This is a very strong driver today, and it also gives a big opportunity for the community. It consists of several factors like long-term operation or lifetime extension, fuel efficiency improvement, managing external hazards and events. These were discussed. Then flexibility and integration with renewables and with non-electricity production. It's very important today, and we had a special parallel session on this non-electricity production part. So it means load follow capacities, heat and hydrogen systems, integration and so forth. Then we talked about more enabling factors like innovation, cost reduction and competitiveness. These are really needed. And these are needed for the long-term operation and sustainability, but also for launching construction innovations and improved fuel technologies. Of course, also materials technologies. Supply chains are really important for enabling the development. And policy and investment framework needs to be there, and it needs to address the correct tools. One of the policies was mentioned to be harmonization of regulations. And this shows that we have several stakeholders in this field, and we should always be aware which of these stakeholders are our current customers. I think it is very important for the research field in general. So also securing funding possibilities is under this topic and essential for going forward. Few enabling factors more on the technical side. We had safety and public acceptance on the same bullet. It's not straightforward, but of course safety is a security factor for public acceptance. And we need both diversity of the research actions, but also continuity. That's the mix that will give opportunities. Fuel cycles and material strategies, this is a very large area. It was discussed that short-term actions are, of course, needed. Currently, ATFs, for example, is a short-term action. Long-term activities, development of SMRs, AMRs, and deployment of these is important. And also closing the fuel cycle or...
Actually, if you want to move the slides, you can do this because it's... Oh yeah, you're doing it. Okay, sorry.
Okay. And last but not least on this batch waste management, and there it was stated that although steps to operate the final disposal are taken now, especially of course in Finland, but also Sweden, France, so forth, continuous innovation is needed and it will be there. So nothing is ready when it is started. And holistic approach for repository safety and operation was underlined. I think this holistic approach is important in all of these topical areas. So, going still a bit ahead, enabling factors, of course, financial support is needed for nuclear innovations to be demonstrated. And here we have heard that some even new tools are available. Cross-sectoral and regional collaboration is like a generic enabler and very important. And here sharing competencies and infrastructures is of course something to be sought. Ecosystems and adapting from other sectors was also discussed, and these are seen as providing fast approaches and efficient use or efficient training of competencies. This is especially topical today when we think about non-electrical production with nuclear. There we will have new type of stakeholders, new type of industries coming into the picture, and it's also beneficial for this adapting from other sectors. Last but not least here, human resources and capacity building. This is under all of these topics. Now I need to ask if I still have a few minutes to... 4 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 4 more minutes.
So I don't go into details in the parallel sessions. I have to thank the co-rapporteurs for the efforts, but we had a parallel session, innovative nuclear fuel cycles and material strategies, with a lot of topics discussed: accelerate fuel innovation through a dual-track strategy, invest in infrastructure and accelerated qualification pathways. Very important to have new tools to accelerate development, enable a circular nuclear economy, and strengthen fuel materials R&D to unlock advanced modular reactors development. All these topics, of course, we will report later. So, sorry for... Then we had the second parallel session, artificial intelligence and digital technologies for safe and sustainable nuclear activities. And here 5 topics were tackled. First, challenges of AI in the nuclear industry, and then potential benefits of AI. I think these are quite new, very interesting topics, and they will be offering for all the other development fields tools. Then third, benefits of digital twins and combining AI with other technologies. The inclusion of AI in the nuclear sector opens significant prospects, particularly for reactor safety and operational optimization. And the recommendations here include improving data sharing, adopting a human-centric approach, and regulatory innovation to support new technologies. And our third parallel session was solutions to non-electric energy demand, including hybrid energy systems. And this is, of course, very topical today because this non-electric energy demand accounts for nearly 2/3 of the European final energy use. So it is a big industry, big field. And there is, at the same time, the global need to decarbonize energy. So nuclear could offer many solutions for this. I will a bit rush towards the end. As a summary from this parallel session, it was stated that the target market for the first deployment is most potentially district heating, as it is already deployed in some countries like Sweden, China, like in Finland, very much. And there is an urgency for a first of a kind in this field. Financing is, of course, crucial in this aspect, as in other new technologies, but also more wide financing tools could be found because of the serving wide public and wide industries. As a summary, I think this is a good end of my talk, because it's about the human resources and capacity building, and this is, of course, very important for all these topics and basis for the enabling factors. And there is a clear need to attract talents in the nuclear sector, need to find new paths to allow career changes from non-nuclear to nuclear expertise, especially when we are looking the non-electricity industry, this comes into the picture. And of course, to guarantee jobs continuously is important, and the European countries should join forces to succeed in these challenges. So I think I will stop at this point.
Yeah.
And we will provide a more detailed summary in the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Daniela, I give the floor to you, and I will...
Good afternoon. Well, I need to give your wrap-up on the fourth session, starting with the plenary session, which was on the research and innovation, supporting safety, security, and safeguards. We had a very nice panelist composition covering different fields and organizations. And because you all have been here, notice that the discussions and the opinion of the panelists converge to the role of the Euratom R&D program in research and innovation for the safety, security, and safeguards. We had a pretty good presentation on the GRC program, on their objectives, addressing the SMR aspects on safety, security, and safeguards. The issues addressing, for example, advanced fuel materials, and the new approach on safety, security, and safeguards, the 3S by design, which is very important to be addressed for the very beginning. So it is a new paradigm, very beneficial for this new concept. Then we also had a converged opinion on the role of the European framework program, and in particular of the new instrument co-founding program. And we had examples from EURAD and from Pianoforte, which proved to be an instrument, not only a founding instrument, but also a framework to mobilize specialists, to promote networking between different kinds of actors, to facilitate an efficient exchange of information and an efficient knowledge management, bringing together different kinds of specialists, and especially, and this was, in my view, very important, different generations of specialists. And this indeed facilitates the transfer of knowledge. Another important issue, which I also understood, being part of EURAT 1 and now in Pianoforte, it is that this kind of co-founding program, co-founded projects are able to address issue according to a long-term strategic agenda, which is oriented clearly towards objective, well identified, and adapted to the current challenges. So R&D is important in supporting licensing, safe deployment and optimization of new facilities to answer our new challenges. And it was also mentioned, as you remember, that not only safety, security, and safeguards is important, but also sustainability, social aspects, and even science as a whole. And of course, it is absolutely necessary to keep the European nuclear industry competitive. Another issue around which discussions have been focused is the workforce and the knowledge transfer in nuclear, and their importance for safety. Well, these aspects have been approached in, I'm sure, many other sessions, but it was clearly stressed that we need highly educated workforce, and there is need for more skills, especially in regards with the new projects, the emerging concepts. We need a large number of educated human resource, and we need something to put in place in order to achieve this objective. Close collaboration between universities and nuclear organizations with platforms like a nuclear employment platform connecting the offer and the job request was proposed as a potentially useful instrument. And also increasing attractivity, also offering financial support, this was a recommendation to students in the post-university programs, financial support at the EU level. We had discussions about how to ensure resources necessary for the existing and future projects, and collaboration and mobility was one of the answers. And also elaborate methods to preserve and transfer the unwritten knowledge as it happens at GRC, and we are waiting to be shared with the whole community. It was also discussed how to keep in peace with Asia and the US, and in this regard, Industrial Alliance on SMR, the strategic research agenda have been identified as means to help EU to keep close to the developments in Asia and US, and it also was specified that we could say that we are much more advanced, for example, in the research agenda in radiation protection. 2 minutes? Okay, I will go to the parallel sessions. In pioneering investment and financial models toward innovation and demonstration, discussions have been focused on the founding, the new builds, and the first of a kind of the new technologies, and it was found that public funding is a critical tool supporting nuclear projects, that there are risks identified in funding, especially the first of a kind, that many funding instruments exclude nuclear from eligibility, but there are some new instruments that could and should allow financing. And of course, stakeholder engagement in building projects could reduce the risk and improve the access to favoring financing. In parallel session 2, dedicated to innovation beyond technology and high-tech cross-sectoral applications, we have found that there is a need for interdisciplinary collaboration, and breakthroughs can be anticipated in the coming decades. Modularity and sustainability in new nuclear application could have different way to be applied. It has been discussed how recent advancements in nuclear technologies are influencing, for example, the future development of floating nuclear power plants and space propulsion systems. It was also discussed about the nuclear waste and materials management in energy and medical field, as well as about the supply of nuclear materials and service across different sectors. And as a key recommendation was to ensure, to do something to ensure the security of supply by elaborating a sort of bank at the EU level for specific isotopes, guarantee capability for enriching uranium, and so on. And the parallel session 3 on European research infrastructure, open access and international cooperation. Okay, no, I will want. There have been not the importance of infrastructure because it is clear. It was stressed that it is important to improve the access to the European and pan-European research infrastructure and promote international cooperation, which are critical in advanced nuclear research development. About big facilities like underground facilities which offer realistic conditions. There have been identified some problems like the projects which last long and the priorities for the work in this kind of facilities which tend to change. From OECD, NEA, it have been mentioned that building cross-border nuclear research capability could maximize the use of the research of the results. The access to innovation and infrastructure can be of benefit in different fields. We had examples from radiation effect infrastructures. It is important that during this kind of projects, the results can be shared openly and dissemination can be indeed effective. But there have been identified some barriers, for example, for SMEs and small companies to access major European infrastructures. Regarding funding, coordination, and impact, it has been said that cooperation across borders improve efficiency. As many programs have common goals, it is easy to share expertise and knowledge, and the main added value of the European collaboration is that the larger community will benefit of the invested funding. Knowledge transfer and future look can be summarized like the role of multilateral platforms like the IEA, ICER, the NEA, FIDES and NEST, and other multilateral platforms are facilitating the hands-on training and knowledge sharing, and this is essential. So, mostly, in very brief, this was, but I'm sure that much more would be in the detailed reports that we will make. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all the audience for being here for the full session. We highly apologize for the inconvenience that we had with the technical part of this session. Thank you very, very much for all of our 4 rapporteurs for your effort, not only in getting together all the intel, but also in summarizing into 10 minutes after, in a very short notice. And as Saif said, this is only a tease-up. You will have all the information with a complete slides and all the information from the rapporteurs in the website quite soon.
About short notice, can we also thank Anna, because she was eating her cake during coffee break, and I came to her and told her, I need you as a moderator 5 minutes ago, and she rushed immediately, and she went to sit down. So please.
Thank you very much.
And one last thing I would like to thank, because we have alongside Said, Lisa, Mariusz, and Daniela, we have 12 others. 12 others rapporteurs that I would like, when I will call your name, please stand up. So I have Laurent Billet, I think he already left, Albany Cagnac, Stéphanie Cornet, Alexis Geisler-Roblin, Ivan Horvatovich, Petri Kynänen, Pavel Kral, Jadwiga Najdar, Federica Pancotti, Ferry Rudolphs, Oli Sopela, and Guillaume Tremblay. So please, thank them. So now, without any more delays, don't take a full coffee break. Stand up, stretch your limbs, arms, legs, grab a coffee and come back immediately because you have one last session before concluding. And can I please invite all of the innovation prizes to the stage to take one photo with us?
And Roger, thank you very much for catching up in the last minute.
Yeah. Official photo. Where's the photograph? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, it's here. Okay, we made it. This is the last session before those who will go to the technical visits tomorrow, or those who will try to catch a flight before it's too late. I would like now to start to kick off the last session, the conclusion of the events, and I will be doing this alongside Pau Aragon, who you might met yesterday because he was awarded the NN PhD prize, and he is one of our very successful PhD students. So please. For this session, we decided to highlight some key messages of the four big organizers of this event. First, we will have the European Commission. We will have a few recorded words by our director of the GRC, Bernard Magenhan. Ola Engelmann will be also here in person and represent the European Commission. Then we'll have Abderrahim Al-Mazouzi, who will represent the SNETP platform. Agnieszka Polo will be the acting director of NCBJ, will represent NCBJ. And finally, Minister Rokna will also be with us as one of the biggest organizers of the event. Can I please ask the four panelists to join me to the stage? Before giving you the floor, I would like, if I don't know if Roger is ready, but we had a video from the director of the GRC, and we would like to start with that. Can we display it?
Dear Minister of Industry of the Polish government, dear SEK Director General, dear Deputy Director of Innovation and Commercialization of NCBJ, dear GRC Directors for Nuclear Safety and Security, dear EU nuclear scientists, distinguished audience. Although I'm not here in person, I want to take a moment to address you all. I'd like to congratulate the EU nuclear scientists on a successful FISA-EURADWASTE conference here in Warsaw. As the European Commission Science and Knowledge Service, the GRC provides robust scientific evidence to help tackle today's challenges. And we face many challenges in this rapidly changing world. Electricity demand is rising, security is a growing concern, and the EU is seeking strategic autonomy. To ensure that nuclear energy is safe, secure, and sustainable in the long term, Europe needs a consistent approach. This approach must be based on sound scientific evidence, reliable nuclear measurement, and up-to-date nuclear research infrastructure. Looking ahead, it's clear that more investment in nuclear research is needed. We must support climate change mitigation, reinforce EU strategic autonomy, and drive innovation in health, mobility, and other critical areas. At the GRC, we are committed to several key areas: small modular reactors, researching their safety and security and safeguards, nuclear medicine, fighting cancer and other severe diseases with medical radionuclides, nuclear skills, developing and maintaining a qualified workforce in the EU, modeling using data to drive insights and impact, and finally, decommissioning and waste management, supporting the safe closure of nuclear facilities. In closing, I would like to thank you for all your dedication to nuclear science and knowledge. We really look forward to continuing our work together.
Ola, please, if you would like to,
Yeah, so as my Director General pointed out, we also really would like to thank the organizers for this really important event which took place, because it gives us all the opportunity to discuss, to engage, to interact with each other. And I think also a particular compliment to the way how you have included the younger generation. I think this is something which is extremely important, to have co-rapporteurs, co-moderators being part of the panels, because as it was said before, it is about networking, it is about creating opportunities, and many JRC colleagues have been here throughout the week. So I got their feedback and they were reporting back, and all of them pointed out this high attention to skills, which was one of the leitmotifs of this conference. And I think, how can you tackle skills without involving the younger generation? So I think very well done. But this is only one part of it. The other part, of course, is, and I think it was mentioned several times, the knowledge preservation, because we have this generation gap. We have many people going in pension with an enormous wealth of knowledge, and also there, only by joining forces, how we can work together, how we can exchange, how we can discover best practices. I think this is something we all need to work on, and we from JRC are of course ready to do our share. And as I have mentioned in the morning, we are ready to do this also with this kind of foresight exercise for the needs which we will hold in November. Also, a lot of discussions on the financing, on the different tools which exist. And also there, I think, in the different panels, a lot of discussion. And also there, we are from JRC willing to bring in not only our nuclear knowledge, which we have, but the JRC is far more than only the nuclear activities. We have strong teams on economic analysis, and we are joining forces also with them to help to work together. And that also brings me to the role of research infrastructures, of the way how the infrastructures can be made accessible. How can we work together? Because not everybody needs to have a big nuclear infrastructure, but the ones who have should make it open. And of course, we should also work together to avoid duplication, which nobody of us can afford. So that's why stronger coordination, working close together, it always boils down to the need for cooperation. And another area where also several colleagues pointed out is the use of data. The use of data, then feeding models, and the modeling, and then also in the modeling seeing what do we need in Europe, how do we need to prepare, how do we need to look at our sovereignty, to have European models, to be able to sustain depending on what happens. We said this morning, we cannot foresee the future, but we can prepare for the future. And I think this is something we need to do. And that's why next week in the JRC Pattern, we will launch the Nuclear Modeling Hub. And I invite you all, I'm very active on LinkedIn, and we will put also a lot of information on this in LinkedIn. The same on AI and technology is also close to the heart of all of us. And also there, we in JRC, we are willing to bring in different parts. I found it also very interesting what was said on communication. And again, this is something, if we all share more how things are done, if we learn from each other, and if we learn from the younger generation, I think this can help us. So for me, using the Euratom program to getting closer together is for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Can I now please ask Mr. Rokna to join us and to deliver us some key messages? We would love to hear from your feelings about your feedback from this.
Yeah, maybe it's from here. Thank you very much again. I know, ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, thank you for the participation. Due to my obligation, I was not able to follow all the panels and all the discussions, but I had the chance to speak to many of you. And I know that such a conferences can bring a lot of ideas. The exchange of these ideas is very important because when it comes to the nuclear, as it has been mentioned several times, we are living in a very important time. The climate change, which is of fighting the climate change, climate transition, which is moral, political, legal obligation. It's something that is happening, and nuclear can play a major role in this transition. So the fact that we all gathered here in Warsaw is a fantastic moment when we can speak about it and then draw conclusions and work for the better future of our countries and our planet. But let me maybe in this conclusions say a couple of words to conclude and to thank all those who have been contributing to this conference. So after this initial words, I must say that it's rather difficult to try to conclude a conference of such magnitude. There was a lot of happening here. It's really hard to try to conclude it in a couple of sentences. But I believe, as I said, that the ideas that were exchanged here will help you in your work in the future. But it's an obligation, but I do it with a very warm heart, and I really want to express my great thanks to the organizers. They have organized a great conference, and I believe that this edition was really exceptional. It was co-organized by the National Center for Nuclear Research, the European Commission, SNETP, the Ministry of Industry, the European Nuclear Education Network, the European Nuclear Society, the European Nuclear Society Young Generation Network, and I would like to thank you all for contributing, for participating, and for making this conference to be a great event. Last but not least, I'd like to express my words of thanks to all of the panelists, all the speakers that have contributed to this conference for the last 3 days. I believe that your engagement, your presence here make this conference a very interesting event. What is very important, this discussion between expert, specialists is always a very good place, moment to draw many conclusions and recommendations on infrastructure, international cooperation, partnerships in research, innovation, education, training, lifelong learning, cross-border mobility, cross-cutting research on fission, fusion, and non-electric applications of nuclear energy, decommissioning, all of the challenges and opportunities. I am convinced that the panels and debates were useful for the emergence of new collaborative projects and broader cooperation in the future. As we have been discussing on many of the panels, thinking about climate change, thinking about making our economy in Europe competitive, it's also thinking about nuclear. Over last years, we have been focusing on energy transition, on renewables, on making our energy systems cleaner, but we also need to think about the security of supply. We also need to think about how our industry sector can grow, can go globally, and how it can use clean and affordable energy in order to succeed. And nuclear is a solution. Nuclear can contribute to this because it's a low carbon or zero emission dispatchable source of energy. And this is why all that are engaged in the nuclear sector must work hard to make the nuclear revival a success story. I would like to thank you and also underline that the presence of so many young people here is also very important, because without new generation of committed specialists, we cannot build the success story of nuclear. So many thanks for being here, for discussing, for exchanges we had with you. And I believe that the fact that you have been here is another good point on our path to success. Poland, as a newcomer country in the nuclear power, has a role to play. We have very ambitious plans, and this is also why we have been very happy to host this conference and the forum here in Warsaw this year. I believe and I hope that you have enjoyed a part of the participating in the conference. You have enjoyed some nice but not warm days here in Warsaw, but still, I believe it was a good occasion to discover this beautiful city as well. And concluding these closing remarks, I would like to thank you again, all organizers of the event, for their hard work, and the audience for the active participation and contribution. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Now Agnieszka Polo, the acting director of the National Center for Nuclear Research, will also give some concluding remarks. Thanks.
So I don't have a speech prepared like my distinguished colleagues, so I will speak probably much shorter but direct. And first of all, if there is something some measure of success of the conference, usually it is the number of people who stay for the very last session. And judging by the numbers of people who I see here, I think that I can proudly say that the conference was the success. But then it was the success, first of all, thanks to you, to the participants who came and did all this work, delivering speeches, talking to each other, participating in all the associated events. This was this activity which made this conference successful. Of course, many thanks to our invisible but very busy organizers from our institute. I'm sure you have seen them, but maybe not realized how hard work they have done. And of course, thanks to all our co-organizers and sponsors. But from the point of view of the organizer, having such a conference is a bit more than just an event to be held and finished. You have come to Warsaw, you have seen Poland, seen Warsaw, see, you have seen that in Poland we can make an awesome conference. Some of you will also see our institute tomorrow. Then you know that we are a great place to come, to collaborate, maybe to come for your PhD or postdoc, to send students, to start some broader collaboration. We are in the map of the European nuclear business, and we intend to be there more and more because now the time is right and Poland intends to develop its nuclear program more and more. And I think my colleague minister will confirm.
Of course.
Then this is a very good moment to remember that you have been here and come back in the future doing many things. Of course, I hope we can also go to visit you in many places and to foster this collaboration. Science to science, business to business, science to business, and also including the officials who need to facilitate making all the nuclear activities, nuclear science possible. It was already said that conferences are about networking even more than about giving talks, speeches, and so on. And that's absolutely true. In my scientific experience, the best collaborations I have started during the conferences. The best pieces of my papers I have written somewhere during the conferences. The best grant proposals I've got, I have also written during the conferences. Then I hope this conference will be a start of many successful endeavors for many of you and hopefully all of us together. So thank you all for coming. Thank you all for making it a success and hope to see you around.
So thanks, Agnieszka. Now we will move to our last speaker for a few words. He's Abderrahim Al-Mazouzi, and he's the General Secretariat of the SNETP.
Well, yeah, it is me who is last, but basically it is on behalf of SNETP. So also to thank our host, to thank you for hosting us. It's a real great pleasure. I would like to thank someone special from Poland, Joseph Zabolowski over there, who convinced us to come. Right? It was in Lyon in 22, because Roger, this gentleman, is the initiator and the hard worker on there. You have to give him a big applause, because without him we could not be here. So that Joseph, the initiator, but the realization, the work that has been done, is Thomas and Agnieszka. Thank you very much. I will not forget SAFE. No, without SAFE, nothing would have been happened. Thank you very much as well. Well, I start with thank you because I will not talk that much, but it is really very important to thank all those who are working. I would like also to thank all my followers from SNETP who are helping. At SNETP, for those who do not know, we do the forum every year in one of the European countries with the same goal to have networking, to talk, to create ideas, to create proposals, to create papers, whatsoever. We do it every year. This year we had the honor to make it with the FISA-EURADWASTE. Next year it is going to be in Spain, by the way. You are all welcome to join us. We do not know in which place, we do not know when, but we know it is going to be in Spain because Spain is going back to nuclear, we believe. So let's see what happens. what I want to tell you, basically, a year and a half ago, when we started working with Roger, we had these, what you see here in the slide, we had these goals in here. So it is basically to create a platform for discussion, to highlight the achievement from Euratom projects, to foster the visibility of all the work that we are doing all together in collaborative projects, to interact with each other meaning not only SNETP, but also the colleagues from the waste management, the colleagues from radio protection, all that are working in Euratom, because we are in somehow a family, but because we are highly specialized, sometimes we do not have time to talk to each other. And I hope these 3 days was the opportunity that each one has discovered what the others are doing. So we have a fantastic event as well, because we get a huge success in terms of young generation coming to visit us, and you have seen it, the innovation that has demonstrated how innovative we are and how good we are. So if I go to the next slide, and then I will stop. It is me. So in conclusion, so that's my conclusion, that's my takeaway. We have a fantastic and brilliant organization. Thanks to you, thanks to the colleagues from NCBG, thanks to the colleagues from the Commission, thanks to the colleague from SNETP. I mean, it was a huge amount of work from the ministry as well, because they helped us a lot streamlining whatever we were talking about. They said, no, we have to do it like this. Okay, sir, we do it like this. And then it works, and we are here. We have even a fantastic, it is the first time that we have so fantastic badge. Usually we have only these poor ones. Today we have a fantastic one. That's excellent stuff. Thank you very much for this as well. That's a new experience. Thank you for the entertainment as well. So as I said, without Thomas and Agnieszka, we could not be here. Without Roger and Saif, we could not make it. Thank you again and again. So we are all here not only really to have a drink together and to have a coffee, that is fantastic as well, but we are here to continue working together, because the challenges that we are facing are huge. But in the same time that are challenges, we have opportunities. And we talked a lot about the opportunities. Opportunities to build the new reactors, opportunities to build, like I said, we call it to revamp the nuclear sector, to go outside of the nuclear sector, to work with other sectors. We have seen that the nuclear alone cannot survive. We need to be nuclear plus, nuclear in a system, nuclear working together with the industry to make the competitivity, to make everything possible. We have the possibility, thanks to the small Euratom program. We need to widen it. We need to work together with other sectors, because the problem that we are solving with the nuclear is not only for the energy or only for electricity, it is for the whole economy. And it is very important that we keep talking with the rest. We have to break up the silos. Otherwise, we are not going to succeed. And here, I invite you again to come to the next SNETP Forum 2026 and to reserve your place for FISA 2020 something. 2010 something. Okay. Thank you very much, and I will stop here. I will now give the word to Saif, right?
I still have 2-3 slides, but before that, I would very much like to welcome Tomek and Aga to the stage, please, and a big applause for them. I cannot say it enough. Without these two, this would have been a chaotic mess. So Tomek and Aga has never taken the stage so far, but they deserve it more than anyone else. And I would like also to welcome Roger, that has some presents for them. Yeah. Well, it's not exactly, yeah.
Just to say something. I thought that sometimes, you know, just the symbol of offering flowers, giving colors, brings smiles and summarizes everything. So nice to do this effort. So I would like to offer one for Agnieszka. And then, if you don't mind, Thomas, one for you. It's flowers, but okay, that's fine.
The initial plan was vodka for Tomek, but then Roger, you can join us, yeah. Is it a good idea if it's wet? Yeah. Now I have, as I promised, 2 last slides. But before that, can I please ask those who has never attended any FISA-EURADWASTE conference before to stand up? This is the first time for how many of you? This is a very nice symbol. Actually, more than half of you have never done any of these events. So, well, the reason why I'm asking is that this is a new formula. We've never done it this way. We've tried our best to completely make it disruptive. We gave a big spot for the youth and the young generation because we want them to be represented a little bit more and not just be passively there sitting in the audience. So we gave them spots as moderators, as rapporteurs, as presenters. I truly believe that the first day, the Youth Day, was a huge success. We had our 3 main days with the panel discussions every time, 16 sessions, 16 panel discussions, trying to cover cross-cutting topics. We did our best to try to make sure that all of the communities interact, not just one session about waste, one session about reactors, one session about fuel. We made sure that we have all of these stakeholder groups represented. And we do hope that you enjoyed it. So please, if you have not provided your feedback, your opinion, do so. We are trying to make it a little bit better. So the formula is completely different from before. It used to be more technical. We made it a little bit more, maybe high-level political, but we think that this is the way, because if we just made another scientific conference to discuss technical aspects, many of those who are here today would have never joined us. And I wanted maybe to say one thing too. Look at these numbers. We had 664 participants registered. Many continents and countries, well, all of the continents represented, well, one missing one, but I won't go on that. And many countries represented as well. But I wanted also to highlight what the Euratom Research and Training Program is. Can you name one single research program that brings together that many countries and do provide them opportunity to work together? Most of you are so focused on your national program that they don't really believe that collaborating with others is meaningful. This is one single research program this is the only one I know that actually provides you with a platform, a network for the young ones across Europe and for all of the entities we know working together on one single project or one big partnership. So please acknowledge Euratom a bit more and applaud it. I'm going to scroll through the slides because all of these numbers are very important. We try to cover as many stakeholder groups as possible. We had companies, we had corporate, the entities from the corporate world, we had some academics as well, we had NGOs, we had governmental representatives. So we had many stakeholder groups represented, and that's the key point of the FISA-EURADWASTE SNETP forum. We want everyone to be there together and to engage with each other. And that's maybe one of the biggest added value today. And before concluding, I would like one last statement because we started with them and would like to finish with them. So, Pau, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Saif. It's actually a privilege to be able to say last few words in such a wonderful conference. So as Saif just presented, on Monday we gathered all the youngsters in the conference and discussed for 3 straight hours what our vision was for the future. And we prepared a document that I encourage you to scan here or download from the app called Youth Vision Statement Nuclear by 2050, a vision for action. And then, since I got a few minutes to speak, I would also like to add something. It is clear after this conference that a strong momentum has been and is being built around nuclear energy. However, it is also true, and we all know that it has not yet materialized. Everything is to be done. I and we, the young generation, firmly believe that we are assets in the discussion for materializing this future. Involving us, the young professionals, the students, from the very beginning of any nuclear project, will significantly, and I'm sure of that, contribute to its success. Let's turn this momentum into reality, and please, please, please count on us for this transformation. After all, and this is something that maybe has not been said, but whatever the outcome of all this transition is, even if nothing is done, we, the young generation, will live with the consequences the longest. So this is actually an obligation for us, for the next generations to come. Please count on us. This is all our fight. It doesn't know about generations, barriers between us. Count on us because we're going to live with the problem for longer. Okay, so thank you very much.
Last but not least, while we do look into the direction of the young ones, I would also to remember those who made a substantial effort to make FISA-EURADWASTE what it is today. And I don't know how many of you knew Christoph Davis, but he's basically the father of EURADWASTE and what the Joint Programme on Radioactive Waste was. And I just wanted to say, on pense à toi, Christophe, and this would have never been without him. And thank you, Christophe. And with that, I can finally say we're done. So thank you again for everything. And if Roger, do you want to say a few words? No. So thank you again for being here, for participating. And we do hope that we will see you in 2028. Hopefully, if everything goes well, it will be in Italy. Yeah.